Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords for the third day of this county championship match in Division 1. And what a first couple of days it's been. Heavily rain interrupted on day one. That was a real frustration for everybody. But finally poised as we go into day 3. 40 for 2, Kent in their second innings. Still trail by three runs. But with 8 wickets standing in their second innings, well, there we go, a one innings match now. They've got eight wickets. What can they rack up? What will Middlesex be able to chase down with their full 10 wickets standing in the final innings? It should be a fascinating day ahead. News that we all want to know about, first of all, is the weather. It's clear blue skies, so in that sense it should be the best day for batting. It's been a seamer-friendly surface so far, but there's been a lot of swing as well throughout the first 2 days. How much there'll be this morning and throughout the day, we'll have to wait and see. Before we get our teeth in today anymore, though, let's have a look back on what was a fascinating day 2. That's a lovely shot. It's Kent off the mark on the second day. Width and punished by Stewart. There's an edge and goes through past second slip. Would it have carried? It'll bring up Compton's 50. A rare edge found by Middlesex. Oh, he's got him. Swats at one down the leg side. That's the end of Compton. He's gone for 52. There he goes again. There's the pickup. There's the bottom hands. There's 6 more. Murtagh bowls him. Top of off stump's gone. On the spot again from Murtagh and hold out to mid-on. Bamba with the catch. Murtagh has 4. Steps across, hits it up in the air. Simpson underneath it. So too is Helm, and Helm takes an absolute beaut. What a catch that is. Goodness me, that was pressure for the big man. Stewart's gone for 44. Higgins has a second wicket. Nice shot, full face of the bat, down the grounds. It's a lovely shot, driven away, just straight of mid-off. Edged, taken a slip, wow! Parried by second, Crawley. Oh, leg side, big appeal, and given, Milan's gone. But nothing to really interrupt it. Edged, gone, great catch by Crawley. Edged, gone. Clear noise from Holdham. Is Quinn into the attack and straight past the edge. Does he take the edge? Yes, he does. Eskenazi's gone, 62 for 5. Lovely shot, up on his toes, Higgins. He's not been out for below 50 in the first innings this summer. Oh, look at that go. Even better than last. Effortless, that one from Higgins.
It's Hogan again. Oh, I spoke too soon. He's got him. Simpson pushing at that one. Really good delivery from Hogan.
Open face from Holman. Lovely shot. He's into double figures. Middlesex bring up the 100. That's a nice shot from Higgins. Good response from him. We know that he's a battler. He's a scrapper. Leg side. Clipped off leg stump. Tucked away nicely by Holman. He's into the 30s. Bowls him. Inside edge. Holman's gone for 32. Swung hard. And Higgins starts the season with a 4th consecutive first innings 50. Here's Wes Agar. Here's Ryan Higgins. Middlesex lead by 2 runs. He's gone again. He's gone big. Wow. Tom Helm's in amongst it as well now. Leg side. Oh no, he's given him. Now, on the boundary rope, this is going to be close. Oh. Goes again. Oh, goodness me, has he got this? Surely not. No. Gone at long on. Bowls him. Well, we'll find out now. 229 all out Middlesex. Murtagh bowls for 8. Agar strikes. And a successful day for him, 4 for 60. Mid-off, silly mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And an edge first ball and gone! Crawley's back in the pavilion already, 0 for 1, Eskenazi. Oh, that's a big shout. He's gone, Murtagh's on a hat-trick at the start of the Kent second innings, 0 for 2. Leaning down the track and punches off the back foot. Width again, and that time he doesn't make a mistake. "16 wickets on day 2 at Lords. Quite an outstanding day's cricket for the bowlers. 300 odd runs. Again, leaden skies as they were, as you saw on those pictures, and blue skies as they are right now. Let's hope that's the forecast for the remainder of today and the remainder of the match tomorrow as well. How far it goes into tomorrow, well, it's probably going to depend a lot on the bats and just how much, or how many batsmen can get in and stay in. Well, one of the men who will be trying to affect that the other way with the ball this morning is a man who has a 4th 50 to start the summer. All first innings runs as well for Ryan Higgins.
Ryan Higgins, thanks for joining us. The end of a crucial third day here at Lords against Kent. We finished the day with Kent 2 down, trailing by just 3 runs. How do you assess that day's play?
Yeah, I think it had its ups and downs, but I think overall a good day. I think the momentum swung in our favour at points there. But I thought Kent at the end there did well to sort of see through to the end of the day. But yeah, Murtagh was absolutely incredible with the ball. He just literally changed the gear of the game, and you got 2 massive players out for them. Zach's an England player, and DVD's one of the best in county cricket. So he swung the momentum again. But I thought, yeah, again, credit to at the end there. I thought they played well.
It's been really impressive how the seam unit have stepped up, obviously dropping Toby out and Martin out for this one, and Tim and Tom both coming in. The seam unit just seems to keep performing.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty with having a lot of seamers, in good nick, and a lot of seamers who sort of are ready to put their hand up. And I feel like the squad still has even more depth below that. So it's a great place for Middlesex Cricket, and a great place, I think, for us going forward in the Championship.
Absolutely, Ryan. Another half century for yourself now. This season, that's 4. Phenomenal start to the year with about 71, your highest knock. What do you put that form down to? Because you've looked in incredible nick, where many others have really struggled.
I think, look, at times I think you get a bit lucky. I'm not saying that all of it's down to luck, but I think just hard work and trying to just see through tough situations. I know in first class cricket it doesn't always go your way, so when it's going your way it's nice, but at the same time just got to keep putting in the hours and keep trying to work out how to play on different wickets, and hopefully that'll stand me in good stead going forward.
It's all getting a bit predictable, this. I spoke to Ethan last week after day 1. I spoke to him after day 1 this week. I spoke to you after day 2 last week. Spoke to you after day 2 this week. Much the same again. Pressurised situation. You seem to cope particularly well under that pressure. What was important here in a low-scoring game was the runs that were added at the end. You obviously added 75 with Luke, and then another 63 were put on for the last 3 wickets. They could prove crucial in the tight one.
Yeah, I think definitely those runs will help in this game. I think what is important is not to look too far ahead, but also to the wicket is doing a little bit, but not to sort of make that the be all and end all on your game plan, and trying to make sure that the good balls are still sort of respected, and putting pressure back on the bowlers in any way you can, whether that's using your feet and stuff like that. Just doing those kind of things well, and we can still score runs on that wicket.
Last one on to Murtagh. You mentioned him earlier, saying what a sensational job he'd done today on a hat-trick in that second innings. What a dream start to that second innings. Kent finish on 40 odd for 2. 8 more wickets to get. It's not going to be easy tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Murtagh's obviously a fantastic performer there, and he has been for donkey's years. It's like sort of every year he just keeps coming back and keeps doing the same stuff that he's done for 20 odd years, I suppose. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be important. Tomorrow morning's going to be absolutely crucial for us. And as long as we can put pressure on them, I think there's good balls and we can get wickets.
Someone who's had ball in hand, Ryan, yourself for large parts of this game, it's still doing plenty out there?
Yeah, I think it's still doing enough. I think the key is to make sure that we make the most of that newer ball tomorrow. I think as the ball gets older, it seems to do a little bit less, but that's like pretty much cricket everywhere in England. So yeah, and making sure we put pressure on them. I thought the keeper up was a good option as well. So that kind of thing, which will be good for us tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. Well, Ryan, thanks for joining us. All the best of luck tomorrow. Hope it goes well.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
Ryan Higgins talking about a crucial morning session here, and I'd very much echo that from Higgins. 16 wickets yesterday. I don't think with sunshine today this pitch all of a sudden becomes a pitch where the batters will go out and think, right, we're batting all day, digging in. They'll try to. Compton certainly, 15 from 51. But there's been seam movement throughout. There's been swing. How much swing there'll be this morning? Well, that's going to be the big question. Sun's out, clear blue skies. No worries for those two. Plenty to think about in terms of lights on day 1 and day 2. A real frustration for the umpires, just as much for the spectators as well, as they've got to try to work out what's right, what's wrong. They shouldn't have any interruptions today, you'd have thought. 104 overs. I mean, obviously, if it gets right towards 7:15 again or so, making up time from yesterday, then just perhaps some cloud covers rolled in, and there might be a spot of cloud here and there to trouble them. But clear blue skies this morning, and pretty clear minds, I think, for Middlesex. It's a straight shootout, it feels now, in the final 2 innings of this match. Three runs the deficit still for Kent, with 8 wickets standing. Compton with a 50 in the first innings, a first-class average of 57. Leaning, still Cox, Billings, who can score so quickly, Everson and Stewart, who was close to a 50 in the first innings. For Kent, he too can score so quickly as well. But I think Middlesex really will be thinking wickets this morning and get in amongst them. Don't let them get off to a good start. Setting the tone has obviously been one of the big talking points, I think, at the start of this summer. Setting the tone at the start of a session, start of a day, your best 2 bowlers. This man's been the best bowler for Middlesex for me this summer. He's been the most consistent. He was irresistible in the first innings. Middlesex will hope for much of the same on the 3rd day here, and starting this morning, you'd imagine Murtagh at the nursery end as well. Should make it extremely difficult, and that run rate 2.3. Hey, look, 100 overs today, scoring at 2.3, 230 for Middlesex to chase tomorrow. It's a long day to bat. When 16 wickets fell yesterday, Middlesex looking for 8 to wrap up this Kent second innings and chase it down. I think, you look at the scores in the match so far, 186 plays 229. That 229 thanks to some big hitting from Higgins at the end, but similarly the 186 for Kent thanks to some big hitters by Stewart at the end. So it has been a little bit of a rearguard action, and that will be right at the front of the mind for Middlesex this morning. Make sure that Kent don't get off to a good start. Compton in position, nice forward defence into the offside. Phil bat on ball for him. Fine knock in the first innings to go with a fine start to the season. Former Middlesex second 11 for 1 game. Compton played in Middlesex League as well with Richmond, but making a name for himself in the county championship with Kent. Now, was there something on that down the leg side? Bamber threw up an arm enthusiastically, but nothing really too convincing from the bowler or from behind the stumps. Oh, far away from the leg stump. Two slips and a leg gully for Bamber. And there's a beautiful line of length again. 4 in the first innings for Bamber, 4 in the first innings for Murtagh. He's got 2 to go so far in this Kent second innings, picking up Crawley first ball, caught by Eskenazian. Very next ball, Daniel Bell-Drummond, LBW, 0 for 2 with 2 balls bowled at the Kent second innings. But this partnership settling things down a little yesterday evening, leaning 49 deliveries faced, Compton 54. That's for sure a big part. If Kent can bat time in this game, then runs will come. There is a shorter boundary, but batting time won't be that easy. Or it certainly shouldn't be anyway. Middlesex and Kent, I think, have been relentless in this one. Kent will feel that they let Middlesex get off the hook for sure at 2-2-9. They were 90 for 6 in their first innings, Middlesex. So a real recovery with Higgins, Holman, Helm chipping in with a very useful 20. But yeah, 90 for 6, they have Middlesex in a lot of trouble. And a chance to take their own first innings advantage, which right now would have proved quite useful. Oh. Well, there we go. That's what we're looking for first thing this morning. How much is it still seaming around? Swinging once, passing the bat. Passing the batter. Swinging back up the slope to the gloves of Simpson. What will be through the air today? We saw a lot of swing for Stewart, Murtagh, of course. Higgins as well for Middlesex. But it's that seam movement that Middlesex will really be looking at to maintain some pressure throughout the day. And there's an advance down the track from Compton. The first runs of the third day, 4 of them, end of the 18th over. 44 for 2, Compton's on to 19. And Leaning will have the strike. Just see a little shuffle. Only a small step really from Compton, but enough just to try and give himself something against that seam, or whatever swing there may well be. A man who knows all about seam movement here at Lord's, Angus Fraser, good morning to you. Good to have you alongside us again.
Morning, Kevin. Morning, everyone. Yeah, beautiful morning here at Lord's. Virtually cloudless, isn't it? Just a little light, hazy cloud behind the pavilion. Looking out towards the west, Uxbridge, Ealing sort of area. But no, it will be interesting to see whether the ball does consider to nibble around a bit. And that tough boundary means it can't go in front of Middlesex, so they've wiped off that deficit. 43 runs, and they're now 1 run ahead.
Tim Mercer from the nursery end. 2 straight starting up. Simpson standing up to keep Leaning in his crease. Leaning been quite adventurous with his steps down the track yesterday evening. Mainly to be positive, not to be reckless.
Well, Middlesex need to try and create the sort of air that was out there, aura that was out there throughout 7 or 8 overs last night, the first 7 or 8 overs. Obviously Murtagh got 2 wickets the first 2 balls of Kent's second innings. Crawley caught it slip, and then Bell Drummond LBW. And you almost felt Middlesex could have taken a wicket any ball, couldn't you, for 6, 7 overs? And lots of play and a missing, leaves that were just missing the stumps, close LBW shouts. There was a lot going on, and then, as is the case, the Kent batsman got in and it seemed to calm down a bit.
Right up there to the left-handed Compton, just leans on that one to pick up a single.
But Middlesex, through their bowling, through the quality of their bowling this morning, need to try to recreate that. It's going to be different. The sun's out, it was overcast, superb bowling conditions late yesterday evening. But that's the challenge now, as we saw from Bamber there. A couple of balls still nibbling around, so there's still something there for the bowlers to work with. And they're going to make the most of that by bowling with an accurate and disciplined style.
Setting the tone was something I was just mentioning a few moments ago. Richard Johnson talked about that. Start of the day, start of each session, he likes to have his best 2 bowlers on set the tone. Mercer and Bamber have been the best 2 bowlers in this match for Middlesex. No real doubt that they were going to start up today. 6 wickets for that man in the match. 4 in the first innings.
Well, I always remember that great Australian side always used to do that, McGrath and Warne. Start every session. I mean, obviously not on the first morning, but once the game gets into some sort of flow, McGrath and Warne, you've got an hour of them. That's challenging.
Yeah, the feeling was Middlesex just perhaps let it slip a little yesterday evening. That intensity came out, maybe got carried away with the moment. 0 for 2, overheads, floodlights on. 16 wickets in the day to that point, and Well, it was 18 point, what was it, 16 overs thereafter without a wicket. Nice from Mercer. There's a couple of noises, a little high as well. Even high up on the back leg, leaning.
But that's one of the skills of batting sides, isn't it? You've got to sort of soak in that pressure, soak in that quality bowling. And sure as eggs are eggs, things become a bit easier after a period of time, don't they? All of a sudden you start lining the ball up. The sort of every ball energy that you get from the field that a wicket might be taken starts to sort of dissipate, and it's just natural, and that's good batting is the way to do it.
Clips to mid wicket. That's the end of the over. 46 for 2. So leaning on 20. Compton back onto strike. And yeah, big job for that pair to do. That's half century in the first innings for Compton. 102 overs still to bat today. Kent will just be thinking, bat as long as possible. Runs will come if they can hang in there, stay in the game. Middlesex will know a couple early this morning. Pressure really will heap to Kent. Well, 2 on the board now, and they're effectively 3 for 4 in their second innings, aren't they? So it's something Middlesex will want to press home that advantage. But just by doing the basics, setting the tone, top of off, keeping the pressure on, no easy runs, no easy leaves.
But and again, by look at the run rate, 2.42, just gone up a little bit. It was around 2 for most of yesterday evening. I think Tom Helm went for 2 fours, didn't he, his last over, which I know it's only 8 runs, but 8 out of 40 is quite a bit. So, but you keep that run rate below 2.5, you're gonna make something happen. Every 4 or 5 overs, create half a chance, do something. So if you're only going 2.5 runs and over, that's every 10 runs, 10, 15, 12 runs. You might be creating a little opportunity for yourself. But again, Kent, look at the runs they scored this morning. They scored 6 runs, thick outside edge down to third man, controlled, but not a sort of aggressive shot inside edge down to fine leg for a single. And that's the way they'll look to accumulate in the early part of today. And if a bad ball comes along, you put it away.
A little high, I think, from Bamba. You see, rubbing up high on that back leg. Enthusiastic as ever from Bamba, but certainly too high. Sun's out, as you can see. That umbrella is purely for the shade. Not a threat of a drop of rain this morning here at Lord's, which is a delight after a troubled first 2 days, but I think it's Greg under the camera there, under the umbrella, operating the camera, who's taking shade, rightly so. Australian, he should be used to this kind of sun. In fact, that's why he's used to it. He's got the umbrella up, he knows what to do. It's not just for the rain. But yeah, just going back to the pitch, it nibbled about again this morning, as we've seen already. 16 wickets yesterday. Run and squeeze away there for Compton, just fine of mid-wickets. But yeah, we look at Lord's so often, don't we, and say look up, not down. 16 wickets fell yesterday. Glorious blue sky overhead. Oh, it's a nicer day for batting, but it has been mainly what's happened underfoot in this match, hasn't it? It's been the seam movement off the surface. It's been the biggest challenge for the batters. Certainly some shot selection, questionable. Good work again from Simpson. End of the over, 47 for 2.
Yeah, you look up at Lords, but also I think you just have to look at the geography of the area. There's a slope, so therefore the ball is always going to move slightly, isn't it, on the slope? You're not right. Sort of the, I couldn't tell you what the exact sort of, if you're looking down the pitch there, how much higher the left-hand edge of the pitch is to the right-hand pitch, but it's 8 feet from one stand, from the grandstand down to the tavern stand. So a ball that hits an angle is going to deviate sometimes. Other times, possibly not. So I think that's one of the reasons why scores at Lords have never been as high at some other grounds like the Oval and Trent Bridge and Old Trafford, because the bowler's always got the slope to work with.
Well, that's seen very much as a swing bowler, isn't he? And there was swing throughout in this one, but it's that. If it seems as well for him, goodness me, he's unplayable, isn't he? If he's able to swing that ball back in, swing that ball in, and then see movement as well, and it goes off the surface, batters really are in trouble. And 6 in the match so far for him. And he's 4 away from 1,000 wickets in all formats for Middlesex now. 4 wickets for Murtagh. And 1,000 wickets in all formats for Middlesex. Quite astonishing, really. He's got 940 first-class wickets in total for Middlesex, Ireland, Surrey, British universities we were talking about yesterday. Very nearly another one. Lovely stuff from Murtagh.
Again there, Compton, where the slope, the ball may be nipping down, not wanting to leave the ball in case it does nip back and hit you on the pads. You're drawn into pushing at a ball that you're thinking, why did I play it, why did I play it? But that's a batter trying to sort of work out the dynamics of the slope, and a bowler using them skillfully.
There's a perfect example, those 2 deliveries, of everything we're talking about, isn't it? This ball before holds its line up the slope, that one's shaping back in. Almost identical length and line. Just a little bit through the air straightening. And another 3 perfect examples of the challenge that Compton faces. Prods away at the surface, and it's just that wariness of any movement off the seam. I mean, you talked about it yesterday at length, didn't you?
Well, it's sort of one of those things. It's like, I suppose, the pace that Murtagh's bowling at now, around 70 miles an hour. Compton's got time to adjust. When you think, I sort of remember great West Indian fast bowler running in Malcolm Marshall, doing what Murtagh's doing there, but 15 miles an hour quicker, sort of in the mid-80s, high 80s. And then that does become a challenge when you're up against a skill and pace. But with Murtagh, I don't mean to disrespect, but I mean, lost a bit of pace from where he was a few years ago. Batsmen just find it a little bit easier on occasions to adjust according to the movement that you get in, either through the air or off the pitch.
Dave, I always go back to what Dave Fulton had said to me. He's been on this stream many times as well. He put it just quite succinctly from a batter's perspective. I'll happily face a 90-mile-an-hour man any day of the week if he's bowling it gun barrel straight. But if an 85-mile-an-hour man is nibbling a bit, you've got trouble as a batter.
I mean, there are so many things. It's pace, it's movement, it's skill. Oh, well, it's discipline, i.e. the ability to pitch the ball, and height. I mean, height is the big thing. I think height is and the bounce, and I say the challenge for a bowler is to get the ball to come at a batsman at an uncomfortable height, and a taller bowler can do that from a fuller length. So therefore, you might lack a yard at 5 miles an hour in pace, but you more than make up for that with the fact that you can pitch the ball. You pitch the ball, I don't know, a yard and a half, 2 yards further up to get the same amount of bounce, and that obviously gives the batter less time to react to how the ball behaves once it hits the pitch.
And this guy's almost a perfect example, isn't he? You know, he's 80 miles an hour. Was quickest in that Nottinghamshire match, not the quickest in this. Agar's gone ahead of him in that. But also Agar, he's taller than him, he's quicker than him. Bamber has that unerring accuracy that we've talked about so often.
Yeah, it is, and that's why, and I say, if you're looking at many of your great fast bowlers, they're big, tall men. Ambrose, Walsh, McGrath, Malkle. I mean, even so, you're looking at Bumrah and people like that now. Tim Southey's probably 6'2", 6'3". Rabada, I think, is big. Again, cricketers are quite a big breed, so therefore you don't realise how. I mean, like Mike Atherton. I mean, people often think Mike Atherton looks small because he's surrounded by quite big people like myself and Caddick and etc., etc., etc. But Mike Atherton's 6'1", and sort of people are always bigger than he thought. Well, yeah, it's just he looks small amongst the group that he's in. So
back injury's probably stolen a couple of inches on him as well, hasn't it?
He's got not got much cartilage there, I don't think, anymore.
Down the slope again from Bamber. But yeah, Bamber. The other example is Toby Rowland-Jones, who's sitting this one out, rested and rotated. He's never been express pace, but that height from which he bowls, high action that he has, tall man, and again something we discussed yesterday, bowls a heavy ball. Lovely shot, up on his toes leading, punched away in front of backward point. Big old boundary out to the grandstand, but it's going to win against Holden. A willing chase. In the Middlesex. Well, now middle order batter, Holden, but this is a beautiful stroke.
Yeah, just a little bit of width there, combination, shorter, wider, and it's given Leaning enough space to throw his hands at the ball. A lovely shot, actually, controlled back foot drive. It's the first scoring shot he played yesterday off Tim Murtagh. Punch one through the offside for 4, so that's a strong scoring area for him. Look to get him forward, I think that's the challenge.
Down the track he comes, Murtagh bangs it in short and wide. Seeing Leading coming, 51 for 2, end of the over, 50 up, they lead by 8. That was something before Rowland-Jones made his Test debut, something that was often asked. Yeah, he might be tall, he might be nasty, but is he quick enough? He might seem it about, but is he quick enough for international cricket? That was something that was really late. He's not going to be quick enough. I remember people constantly saying it. I thought, goodness me, look, this guy goes through sides for fun when he's on top form. But they constantly, I say they, you know, just there was this constant conversation. Yeah, but he's not going to be quick enough for Test cricket.
Too much talk, isn't there, at times? How do spinners get wickets then?
How did this man get 5 for here? Not by banging it in short, he didn't.
No, but I think that, I mean, again, Toby's had back injuries. Toby's 35 now, mid-30s, but he was early 80s. I think there is a pace. All right, he's not. I'm trying to think, Ollie Stone or Mark Wood in his pace, but I'd argue he's got more skill than Ollie Stone and Mark Wood. Ability to move the ball, hits the seam, gets the ball, I don't know, it's the way the ball comes out of your hand, reacts on the surface, there's something there that means he gets the ball to do something, move or on the pitch when others don't. So you need a team needs a variety in its attack.
Take again from Simpson Sharp behind the stumps, standing up. There's the sun trap on a Saturday morning at Lord's. Lovely spot to be. And the Edgerich stand right in line behind this man Murtagh. Nice shape on that one. 52 for 2. Sunrisers are in action this morning. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere. Danny Warren with us day one of this game. Sunrisers looking to go 2 from 2. They're taking on the Blaze at Chelmsford. Sunrisers won the toss. They decided to bat first. Pretty good decision, it looks like. 58 without loss after 13 overs. Grace Scrivens has 35. Cordelia Griffith has 21. All leg side from Murtagh and clipped away. 56 for 2. It's a fraction shorter and starting straight, leading Happy to rock back on that one. So yes, 59 without loss after 13 overs. The Sunrisers taking on Blaze. Northern Diamonds are 54 for 1 against Central Sparks after 11. Southern Vipers 47 without loss in the 12th against South East Stars at Beckenham. Yes, it is. And Thunder are 52 for 2 at Western Storm. Naomi Datani's already gone. Court Wraith of the bowling Gibson for 1. Former Sunriser. Kent, of course, part of the South East Stars. 63 without loss now in the 13th, the Southern Vipers at Beckenham. That's the spot from Bamber first up. Just continuing those scores elsewhere. Match delayed at Edgbaston. Sorry, winning the toss on day one. And skittling Warwickshire for 150. 4 for Worrell, 3 for Roach, a couple for Clark. Surrey in reply, 211 for 8, but start delayed on day 3 due to rain. Division 2, Derbyshire are 108 for 5, still trailing Durham by 179 runs. Following on up at Chesterley Street, Derbyshire. Day 3 at Bristol, where they've been heavily affected by the conditions as well. Still in the first innings of that match, Sussex 319 for 4. Having been put in by Gloucestershire on that first morning. Pujara has 111. Carter's with him on 5. Bamber again. It's working that channel outside off. Last Division 2 match, Leicestershire 407 and Glamorgan in reply at Grace Road 186 for 5.
Just looking at listening to your scores there and watching the Ireland test. Must have been a stage there on. I thought, well, we're going to break that duck of losing every test match. Having scored 492 in the first innings, you sort of whoops in the air, but safely away from the leg slip. Score 492 in a test. You think you're batting first, you might be okay, but Sri Lanka 704 for 3. A few Thai bowlers there in goal. Be hot. Realise what Test cricket's about, and then get bowled out for 202 and lose by an innings. So you get 492 and lose by an innings. All played Sri Lanka.
103 for Paul Sterling. That wasn't there. And Andrew Balbirnie, another former Middlesex man, 95 coming in at 3. Ireland skipper. I'm sure Murtagh didn't look across at that game and have a second thought about his retirement.
BC White, 34 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 203. McBride, 57 overs, that's a good effort in the test, 1 for 191. Yep, welcome to Test cricket.
.24 overs done in this Kent second innings. They're 57 for 2. They're leading by 14. One thing Middlesex I have to think about here is the 24 overs. The ball's seaming about. You don't want to get greedy. You want to stick to what you're doing right, but they'll be aware of the fact that, you know, blue skies up above, a deck that's been seaming. You want to make the most of the new ball. A chat between Murtagh and Eskenazi. Just ahead of the start of the new over.
They do. Middlesex have been desperate for this breakthrough to sort of put Kent on the back foot, but it's looked quite comfortable so far for Kent batters. They've a couple of plays a miss, no real big shouts. Middlesex will be keen to make something happen. Changing the bowling, Tom Helms on, so a bit more pace, a bit more bounce from the nursery end of the ground. See whether he can create the chance the Middlesex are looking for.
It looked like a late call that by Eskenazi. You see, he just ran up and had a chat with Murtagh, who then had to put the sweater and cap back on. But he seemed as though he was pointing up towards the pavilion end when he was having the conversation with Murtagh, whether he was saying you replace Bamber, just see how it goes up at the top end. Solid start. Looking to leave on that channel. Got a chat about Tom Helm in the match so far. Recalled to the side. Didn't take a wicket in that first innings. Every time he comes onto bowl at the moment, it feels like a big spell. For him, for Middlesex, if he performs, then everybody knows what he's capable of. Two-leg side on that one. It's
I hear what you're saying that, but every spell you bowl should be a big spell. Every spell you bowl is important. It's not a question of sort of, oh well. But I know what you're saying. It's need him to get some wickets and get into the game.
Looking to get that one to go across Compton, but starting too straight. He'll pick up a couple, 59 for 2. Well, I mean, what I was going to say that onto for, for Helm, the challenge is just the grouping of deliveries, isn't it? The grouping of the over. Keep enough tight on that off stump, challenging the outside edge. Two slips and a gully. Cover blocked off.
But it's it. I mean, again, he's a very skillful bowler. He's got a lot in his armoury, and sometimes it can cause issues. I always think of Andy Caddick. I mean, Andy Caddick was a wonderful county bowler, and yet you felt that he probably should have had better figures at the end of his Test career than he had because of what he had. But up his sleeve, the ability to swing the ball, seeing the ball tall, bounce, good pace.
That's pretty much where he wants to probe away. Only 2 slips in place. That's run away nicely by Compton. End of the 25th, and he's a little unlucky there because he comes out of a reasonable over, having conceded 6 runs.
It does. Well, I'd say that's where you've got to be. It's not a controlled shot. He's just sort of hung his bat there. They're runs that a batsman gratefully accepts, and I think as a bowler you accept that the ball is going to go down there occasionally. 2 fours have gone down to third man this morning so far from Middlesex, both off Compton. But I say sometimes when you can bowl in swing, you can bowl out swing, you can bowl quick bounces, you can bowl Yorkers, slower balls and things. Well, mix your bowling up too much rather than just doing the same thing majority of the time.
Three slips for Bamber, who again is on the spot. Similar field to Helm, but that third slip was just pushed wider to a more gully position, and what is a deep gully there was more around towards point for Helm. It's an encouraging start for Kent. Haven't got anywhere yet. They lead by 20, 8 wickets standing, but it's pretty much a straight shootout now, isn't it? How many can Kent get with their 8 wickets that remain, and then can Middlesex chase them off with the 10 they've got left? All pretty evens at this stage, you'd say. Effectively 20 for 2 in their second innings.
One innings game.
They can bat a substantial part of today, which is of course what they will be thinking. Get out there, and yes, it's been difficult so far, but blue skies. Third innings of the match. Try and bat for a long period of time.
Well, the one advantage Kent have got is that they're 20 ahead, but the ball is 25 overs old, so it's lost its initial hardness.
Single more. I think it was yourself making the point yesterday, end of the over. Is it? No, sorry, they're changing for the left-hander. You try and hit 229, Kent, here, and Middlesex are chasing 187 to win. Reverse the match. If they do hit 229, they'll be there the best part of today, and it'll be all eyes on the skies tomorrow. You'd imagine that seam movement will remain throughout the game. Bit of cloud cover again tomorrow perhaps, and all of a sudden Kent feeling the box seat. So that's why this morning, Higgins mentioned it in the interview overnight, that this morning was going to be very, very crucial. He felt 35 minutes so far. Encouragement for Middlesex, but just looking for a little bit of inspiration from somewhere you'd feel right now to make this breakthrough. You look at the balls faced, leaning 72, Compton 81. That'll be real encouragement to the visitors. know they'll have been up against the two biggest dangers as well in Bamber and Murtagh first thing for this first hour. End of the 26th, 64 for 2. Comes in the first innings, 244 minutes, 168 deliveries for his 52. Certainly take that again today, Kent. Leaning at just the 8 deliveries before he was caught. Robson bowled Higgins for 1. Compton was removed. Caught Simpson bowled Bamber for 52. Nice from Helm. Just went away down the slope.
That's where he needs to be. Natural length, that's the line anyway. Does anything from there, the batsman's committed to playing. Your length will vary just a little bit naturally, but that's the line you want to keep working on and believe that it's going to happen. Might be the bat a few times, but all of a sudden, bang, bang, 2 or 3 hit the outside edge. And things start moving, so... I always remember one of my... when John Buchanan came as coach, and I mean, as a bowler, you go through periods where you think you're bowling quite well, deserve more than you get in the wicket column anyway, and you sort of run up to bowl, not believing it's going to happen. I'm unlucky, I'm destined. And that's the mindset, and John Buchanan kept saying, bowlers, they believe in you got to take wickets, and it shouldn't make a huge difference. But you understand what he's saying. I mean, if you think something's not going to happen, it's probably not going to happen, is it? And I know the mindset is not going to transmit itself to the ball in a great way, but you run up to bowl sort of with a vision in your mind of how this ball's going to be, pitch on off stump, just straighten a bit, take the outside edge, go to second slip, thanks, wicket. Believe that that's going to happen as you're running up rather than play a miss or an edge down to third man for 4.
It's exactly where he wants to be, Helm. Goes off the seam, goes off the slope. So you know Helm gets it to go through the air as well. Pace bounce, the challenge will come for the batter. Drops Helm, Gully back to a deep third for Helm. That one changed the field, so a 6-3 field for Helm to the right-hander. And there's cover in there for that reason, to protect the fuller delivery.
Do a replay of that. Apologies for that. Looked like he was trying to bowl an in-swinger there. We were talking about... It wasn't a away swinger. Just a bit fuller. Good over there from Helm, testing, leaning on and around off stump. Couple of eaves, couple of plays and misses. Good pace and bounce there, going through to the keeper. John Simpson taking the ball behind himself. So yeah, we've mentioned a couple of times this surface here at Lord's, the quickest that we've played on in the 3 games to date. Something MCC are very aware of. We need to have a bit more pace and bounce in the pitches, just so that their edges carry to slip and batters can play their strokes, really get better value for their attacking strokes.
Oh, little nibble one or two moments of excitement for Bamber so far. This is certainly one of them. Compton will probably be a little bit disappointed he got involved in that, given how well he's left. How studious he is about his game. 2 slips, a gully and a leg gully in for Bamber to Compton, and whether we'll just see that right shoulder of Compton's challenged again by Bamber before the end of his spell. There it is. Short enough for Compton to not be too perturbed by it all. Lovely from Bamber. It's bowled for 40 minutes this morning, Ethan Bamber.
Well, just in the last couple of overs, a couple of... Well, has he left that really? I think he probably left that, hasn't it? Looked like he played at the ball, but last couple of overs, a couple of plays and misses, so looks to be hoping that a little period of play where they can create something, because we were saying before, it's looked quite comfortable for the Kent batters this morning so far.
A huge credit has to go to Compton and Leaning for the 27.3 deliveries since the wicket's fallen here. The fizz has come out of it a little bit for Middlesex last night, and this morning it hasn't quite been there again. But a lot of credit has to go to the batters for that also. 64 for 2. 42 minutes done this morning. 2 hours and 10 minutes this morning's session, making up overs from yesterday. They remain under a lot of pressure. Again, the lead's 21. 8 wickets standing, so effectively 21 for 2. A couple of wickets now, and all that hard work's undone, but as long as those balls faced keep racking up, first and foremost for them, the minutes keep ticking by, the runs will come. Onto the hip, that's clipped nicely by Leaning. Stands up tall at the crease, up on his toes, just works a couple. Overtakes Compton, he's into the 30s. Prior to Leaning's 31, Compton was the only top 6 batter in the match to go past 20. Robson reached 20 in Middlesex's first innings. But other than that, the top 6 coming into this morning from both sides. Compton the only man to go past 20. 29 for him, 31 for Leaning. Again from Helm.
Was looking like it was trying to leave that. Ball's come in up the slope. Could have easily come off his bat onto his pad and onto the stumps. This occasion rolled out into the offside.
Lovely from Helm. He's bowled some of the best balls of the match, if not the best balls of the match. Helm is still waiting for a wicket.
Well, as a bowler, doesn't get much better than this. Off stump, going away. Look at the carry through to Simpson. All it needs is a little tickle. Keep bowling it there, Tom. They'll come. They'll come.
Perfect again. This is why there's been such a talking point of Helm in this match. He has it all, and those last two deliveries again show it. Tall, pacey, extracts bounce, has natural movement.
But again, why would you ever want to leave there as a bowler? You think, well, that's it. Just bang, bang, bang. It's a rhythm. It's a sensation. Repeat, 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 repeat. You can bowl balls like that. All right, it's not happened for you so far, but there's going to be days when you're going to get 5 for zip.
It's a little wider to finish the over. End of the 29, 66 for 2. What can you do as a captain to reassure, to encourage, to motivate? I mean, the reason I asked the question is 2 slips at the moment. 2 slips for Helm. Bamba's got or has had 3 and a leg gully. But 2 slips for Helm, deep third, point cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, a pretty standard 6-3 field. Do you put a 3rd slip in? Say to Helm, look, the reward's there for you. The 3 slips are waiting. 3 we've seen 4, 5 slips.
Where'd you take him from?
Well, that's my question. Mid-wicket or?
Well, no, answer the question.
I'd probably take him from mid-wicket. I'd take him from mid-wicket and ask him
Then you're asking him to bowl too wide, maybe, because he's afraid to get a bit straight. Just get pushed into the leg side. I know he's saying, absolutely. It's just, I mean, I suppose it's one of the beauties of the game is that you always seem to be a fielder short.
Yeah.
You'd love to have a 3rd slip and a 3rd man.
Yeah.
But what do you go for? So I would have thought, though, change of bowling at the pavilion end. Ryan Higgins on. And again, only 2 slips now rather than the 3 that Bamba had. Yeah, it's easy to be gun-ho attacking, but all of a sudden 3 or 4 fours go down to 3rd man and it's 16 runs, and it's I mean, they're the tactics. That's the beauty of the game, the fact that there are, well, an infinite number of ways of actually going about it, isn't there?
It's nice from Higgins. Good shape on it, well run single by this pair. My reason for asking is as a bowler.
Well, the one thing you want is patience. You don't want to feel. I mean, again, look at Bamba's last over. He kept going over around the wicket every other ball. Looks good, but it's difficult to bowl with consistency when you're running in and bowling different angles every time. And I think you need that as a bowler to be allowed to bowl consistently, work your way into a spell, and your captain needs to support that and back that rather than looking to change the field all the time and try and be creative. And I don't know, because everybody's talking about it, it doesn't mean you have to do something.
Use of the feet from Leaney again, just to negate anything that Higgins gets through the air or off the surface. Picks up a couple. Again, I go back to kind of the motivation aspect of it. Is it a case of, well, you've got to prove yourself, Tom Helm, first, that you deserve a 3rd slip, i.e. that the spell's good enough, it warrants a 3rd, it warrants a 4th slip. We've seen 5 slips at times in this match, haven't we, for bowlers, and Helm
has a catch gone to 5th slip? No. So you can have it for show, or are you just practical and realistic about what's taking place? I mean, you used to sort of listen to the commentary and Ian Botham. I mean, Ian Botham wanted 6 slips, 2 gullies, a short leg. I always remember a bloke called Ross Cheesy, who was the chairman at Stanwell before I sadly left us too early. He once asked for a 9-2 field. And he said, Ross, you've only got 9 fields. But that's what you want.
Yeah. But can a again, I'm trying to come at it, or perhaps haven't come at it from the right angle, but can a captain with the field placings encourage something from a bowler? If you're running in as a bowler and you've got 3 slips, I know I've said 5 there, we have had 5 at time, but
there's a difficult sort of, there's a balance here, isn't there? I mean, I used to get into arguments with Gat.
that's what I'm asking you.
Well, yeah, it's like, well, you set the field and I'll try and bowl it. No, I'm the bowler. I should be the one that's in charge. I'm letting go of that ball, so I should be comfortable with what I'm doing, not being forced to bowl a style of bowling that the captain wants. Yes, obviously, at times in games you've got to listen and you've maybe got to sort of adjust what you're doing because your idea of what might work might not be right. But most of the time, surely the bowler's got to. I mean, does a bowler walk out on the field and tell Sam Robson, why are you playing back to that? You've got to go halfway through the game. Batsmen are just left out, go out there, they do the job. I mean, I know it's different when you've got 11 people working out there, as Middlesex are on the field at this moment in time. But everybody's got to work, everybody's in your ear, what about this, try this. Will you just shut up and let me bowl?
Yeah.
I mean, that's... Or just throw on the ball and say, well, you bowl. You obviously know what you're doing. You have a bowl. Oh, only come out with ideas. Could you just give us a bit of a chance here to get into a rhythm? And again, something like Helm, let him bowl. All of a sudden, you've got a couple of men out on the hook, and you feel you've got to bowl a few short balls. That's not the time, this is not the time and the place to do that. We've seen the ball moving from Helm in the last couple of overs. Hit that good length hard, time and time again.
You'll have just seen heavy orchestration of the field there from Eskenazi at slip, which is why we just framed up on the wide shot. 2 slips and a gully for the left-hander, and a deep third. So it's a 6-3 field again.
I quite like this field, just as a straightforward, simple field. 2 slips, a gully. You might have the gully man, gully line, so he could be 5 yards further back. Most catches to gully tend to sort of go deeper than the fielder because they're normally aggressive shots that are played, so that there's a bit more carry on the ball. But equally, you want a third man because he's been edged down there a few times, and Middlesex are aware that the lead is now 26.
Oh, that's lovely from Helm again. Up the slope it goes. And look, he's bowling well here, Helm. 84 miles an hour. That's good stuff from Helm. Good line of length, good pace, bounce. He's going to trouble the batters. The reason why I come to it, we look at this field. I like this field, but would you have the gully as a third slipper, that deep third wider? It was just in the previous over to the right-hander. It felt as though 2 slips. It was an awful long way to the next man who's catching at point.
I think that's a fair call. What you're saying there. Yeah, moving gully to third slip. It looks like the defensive shot, so therefore it's going to be a finer catch potentially rather than an aggressive shot going to, it's Max Holden, I think, isn't it, at gully. So yeah, I think that's a fair call. Do you have a third slip here rather than a gully?
They brought that run rate back down again, only fractionally at the moment, but it was getting up towards 2.5, wasn't it? 2.25 as well. That's another thing that will be on Middlesex's mind. It's still only 26, but all of a sudden his partnership grows and pressure grows as well. A run. Brings out the single in between mid-wicket and mid-on. And the reason, like I said, that I kind of came to it and was asking the questions in a roundabout way was it just felt for me that 2 slips to the right-hander and then nobody catching, then all the way around to point, where Helm's challenging that outside edge. It felt like a big old gap. And
but I say we've just changed the field again, so now there was a mid-wicket. You were talking about the mid-wicket potentially going into third slip. The mid-wicket's now gone out on the hook. Well, why? We don't want Helm bowling halfway down the pitch.
70 for 2, last ball of the over. Edged! Would it have carried to a third slip? 70 for 2. Robson went a long way to his right. With third slipper got his fingers underneath that.
Did it carry? It looked like it did almost. From well, it would have been a low catch for third slip. Yes, absolutely right.
I should have just said it, shouldn't I? In the right back at the beginning. Should he have a third slip right now? Instead of asking you the roundabout questions. I was trying to be polite to Eskenazi's field placing. 71 for 2. Started wide. Higgins, I'm sure he didn't just drag the hands down the inside of that one. Looks like fizzed back a little towards the gloves of Simpson. Has he lost something in the background there? Too much. Saw it on the last one, there's a little bit of late swing on that previous delivery. It started much wider. This one, big in-swinger from Higgins. Drifting down the leg side comfortably, but will it be Higgins?
It's a good show. I mean, probably the right decision, but it wasn't. Interesting to see a Hawkeye on that.
In-swinger again, cuts a backward point. What are they up to in the background there, the ground staff? He's called in a mate now. He's lost 5p.
Put the pipe in there, don't they, for the covers?
One of them actually is the ball.
Cutting the grass with a pair of scissors.
Swing again. One of the matches, one of the balls somehow managed to find its way into one of those pipes, didn't they? They were looking for it everywhere and they managed to find it inside one of the pipes eventually. It's that black tubing underneath the iShares advertising board there. Two shortish mid-wickets in there, one particularly short and straight. And that's the in-swing, and that nearly brought the catch. Through it goes, 4 runs, 75 for 2, end of the 30 seconds.
I say we're questioning the fact should have been a third slip off Helm of Higgins there, mid-wicket. That would have been a excellent bit of captaincy there. Ball in the air, but just out of the reach, so a couple of little half chances that have escaped the Middlesex fielders in the last 2 overs. Previous to that, a bit of play and a missing. At least there's something happening anyway. The fact that it's gone away for 4 there is a disappointment, but that could have easily just been lobbed straight to mid-wicket. Simple catch. Needs to be patient, needs to keep persevering. It will happen. When they come, they might come in a hurry.
Third slip coming into place for Compton. Deep third moves wider. Oh, short off the toe end and into the toe of the boot for Compton as well.
He's gone down onto his stumps.
You were just saying, you know, there's enough happening out there, and there is, isn't there? One to encourage. Yeah, Middlesex just need to stick to it. But huge credit goes to these two. Going to go to those balls faced. 98 balls and 95 faced. Hanging in there. Switching to around the wicket the last couple held. The three slips had gone into place while he remained over the wicket, but the last couple have gone. He's gone around. Wide on the crease as he delivers that one. Just asked for the ground staff to bring out the tool that they banged down on the crease. We saw it a few overs back. Helms asked for it for around the wicket by the looks of it. Now, perhaps it was for over the wicket.
Well, I think that's probably may well have come round, rather than sort of get that done during the over, finish the over off and get the ground staff to come out and whack down the hole where his foot's landing.
.33 gone, 75 for 2. Just have a look in the background there, see if the ground staff are running out in between overs, or maybe ahead of the start. No, he's coming out from the nursery and actually had to go back to get his looks like a plunger, isn't it? That's banged down. The hand there at the ground staff, banged down onto the crease. There we go, prod away.
Whilst they're doing that, I'll love you and leave you. I'll hand you over to someone far more erudite than me.
The ground staff have done their work, and 75 for 2. It is after 33. 2 slips, still those 2 mid wickets as well. They're a little tighter in there now. Oh, look at that go back up the slope from Higgins. Leaning coming down, he's got those 2 short mid wickets in place. then you'll just see they've tightened up. They're both short-ish mid-wickets now, one slightly straighter. The mid-wicket to the left there was a little bit deeper before, and that was the gap that Leaning found in the air in between the pair of them. For the ball that nips back down the slope. Once the pads were going down the slope, but yeah, that previous ball Leaning again advancing down the track to Higgins, the ball nipping away, which kind of looking for that throughout the last over from Higgins. He kept on nipping them back in, so these two slips very much in play, as well as the two short mid wickets. Now they got up behind the stumps, nothing from the bowler. Did he detect a little inside edge? A couple of areas of doubt about it. Nipping back down the slope, just outside the line of off and high, and perhaps an inside edge as well. Other than that, they were right to get excited behind the stumps, but that's why Higgins wasn't involved. More than a couple of areas of doubt about that one. Leg side again, just off the hip. They'll pick up a couple of leg byes here. Deep backward square going around is Tom Helm. 77 for 2. I was teed up by Angus Fraser. Dr. Phil Bassey's alongside me for a stint this afternoon. Middlesex's club doctor. Afternoon to you, Phil.
Good afternoon, Kevin. Good afternoon, everyone.
A rare break for the doctor. It's a never-ending job for a doctor at a sports club, is it? The injury list. Just a change in field here before I come back to Phil. Sorry to interrupt you on that one. The slip, second slip, has moved to leg slip. Just seen that last ball hitting the hip down the leg side, but yeah, a relatively clear injury list for Middlesex coming into this season, which is a bit of an unusual one.
Oh, thank you. The boys have trained really hard over the winter. They've been dedicated. Most of them have been here, so it's been an opportunity to get a handle on everybody, and I think most people are going into the season in really good shape.
Use the feet again from Leaning. 78 for 2, end of the 34th over. And nearly an hour to lunch now. We'll be taken at 1:10 so an hour and 3 minutes until the interval here. 7th season as club doctor?
Yes, I joined just after they won the title, and then it all went down south from there, really.
On the up again though now, on the up again.
Yeah, it took us a few years to get there, but we are where we belong, I believe.
Been all uphill for your career as well. Middlesex now, previously slow climb up through club rankings. Blackburn, Manchester United, Manchester City, Middlesex.
Yes, it's nice to work across different sports and to have worked in the 3 major sports now.
Rugby as well.
Yeah, absolutely. In rugby too. Has been a real privilege and honour, but it's a real privilege to be involved with Middlesex Cricket.
England team doctor for rugby.
Yes, I did that for 2 years before really coming to London. That sort of brought me into London from the northwest of England, and I've really enjoyed my time here, enjoyed my time in rugby and at Twickenham, but it's lovely to have a mix of things and to really enjoy the cricket. I tend to enjoy cricket more than I do rugby, to be honest.
From Helm once more. Any major differences between the 3 sports now sitting in cricket for you as a club doctor?
Clearly there are many differences. Football appears to be far more international. When you're working in a football club, you've got players from all over the world. Rugby, again, is quite... I was just dealing with the England team, so naturally I'm dealing with England players. And cricket again is international, but the majority are English players. Naturally, there are different injury patterns as well that you see.
That's what I was thinking. Injury patterns. You know, you've got a real impact sport like rugby, football, very much sprinting. Cricket's more of a marathon, isn't it?
Absolutely, and all of them have had issues over the last few years. Naturally, with the COVID break, and also, I guess the hot topic that's common across all of them is the concussion issue.
Side again, that was away, 4 more. Run signals, just a little tickle down the leg side. Leaning is into the 40s, 82 for 2 Kent. Lead by 39, sorry. Getting panicked. Yeah, concussion's one that's changed substantially over the last decade or so, isn't it, in sport?
Yes, there's more and more evidence coming out regarding the issues with concussion, and there were guidelines for community sport issued yesterday by the nationally by the Department of Culture, Media and Sport.
Lake Gully going into position. 5-4 field for Helm. $82 for 2, end of the 35th. Go on, tell us about what was the change yesterday?
It's generally pulling together advice for community game and children in terms of the period of rest and the period of recovery before they return to sport, and the pathways has been defined and clarified. It's different than professional sport, because generally professional sport has got greater access to doctors and professionals involved in concussion than community sport does.
Yeah, concussion. You can get a concussion sub now, of course, in cricket. That was a major change. Not too long ago, in the grand scheme of things. Higgins around the wicket to Compton.
And cricket has been really sensible about the introduction of concussion subs. For what is a really low risk sport for concussion, when all said and done, compared to rugby and compared to football. It is interesting that rugby introduced concussion subs some years ago, and football have yet to do it.
What was the third slip, now moving into cover for Higgins to Compton. Bounce on that one down the slope for Higgins. How does it work for a club doctor in relation to the physio team? And there's the fitness and conditioning coach, strength and conditioning as they're called now. The physio, the club doctor. How does the I'd say the pecking order, but how does the team work?
So the issue in cricket, which is different, particularly to football, is the doctors are very part-time. So you sort of tend to be on call and sort of at arm's length and come in for various games, but not all the games. So that's a big factor.
Sort of away games, for example, I'm assuming you're on call as opposed to... Well, I know you're not at the away games because we've never met before. I've been at all the away games for the last 7 years. So, yeah, the away games is an on-call situation, or?
Yes, or accessing the home games team doctor. I'm not at the game all the time anyway, so I'm on call for this too.
Yeah, actually thinking it through, does that mean you're busier when the games aren't in play? It's kind of the physio's job when a game's in play, because you're looking at injuries as they happen throughout a game, whereas for yourself it's a longer term, wider picture.
Yeah, the physio is key. Pete Waxman does a great job, so he sort of triages things and contacts me as and when needed.
So ball 10 the over, 82 for 2. Takes Phil Batty alongside myself, Kevin Hand in the commentary box, the club doctor for Middlesex. So how far and wide is the remit for a club doctor then? As you say, it's not a full-time position.
So Middlesex is really very much a family club, so it involves players and it involves often staff will come up to me with medical issues and share those with me.
I wish someone had told me this in the last 7 years.
Yeah, you might not look as well as you do now.
Skinazi just pausing things for a moment. I think he was just asking both mid-off and mid-on to go slightly wider. Mid-on's slightly more advanced than mid-off as he's covering mid-wicket as well. Nice from Helm. 2 slips in place, that's where he wants to be, Helm. Yeah, sorry, on the bigger picture, the wider picture as club doctor.
So some of that's regarding we work as a team very much, and it's led by Pete, and so I'm part of the team. But some of the wider issues regard to sort of policies and procedures and those horrible things. We have audits by ECB in terms of some of the quality of our systems, procedures, training, etc. And I am on call to see the players, and they may then subsequently come and see me in clinic if we need a more detailed assessment than you can do with cricket, or they need imaging or something of that nature and further investigation.
Nice shot by Leaning. It's over pitched by Helm and lent into by the Kent right-hander. That's a 47. Just over pitched by Helm. A bit of width as well. Not so wide, but it was the over pitching which had Leaning to get over the top of it. No chance for Murtagh, who's one of those who really troubles the physio, Tim Murtagh, the club doctor. Over the years, only been a couple of injuries really, a couple of hamstring injuries in a long career for Tim Murtagh. And yeah, I was going to ask about the differences in sports. For bowlers in particular, it's usually a back injury, isn't it? I remember it being said to me, a stress fracture of the back is almost a rite of passage now for a fast bowler in the modern game.
They are common in fast bowlers. It is interesting how it seems to have sort of evolved in the last 20 years, and the various theories regarding that.
Oh, this is Helm at his best. He's got pace, he's got bounce. If you bang it in short like that, it's a good short ball up around the shoulder. Ouch. He's quick, bouncy, pacey, and can be aggressive. Helm as well. He really does have it all. All to go of his 10th. He's got a better economy in the second innings as well. Helm, they're bringing in the leg gully again for Leaning. So back to a 5-4 field, and they're going to bring up the deep square to mid-wicket, which is an interesting move, having just put in the leg gully last ball of the over, suggesting it's going to be a short one, but then deep square's brought up to mid-wicket. Good line and length, top of off. Quick single dropped in front of point. Leaning on to 48, 87 for 2, leads 44. for Kent. Yeah, the stress fracture of the back, in one of the chats over the last 10-20 years, they seem more prevalent now than they did in days gone by. Is that one of the theories you're alluding to?
Yes, and there are various theories. Clearly, we've got technology now in terms of MRI scans that weren't as widely available before, and they detect them. They're quite sensitive to them. So it may be that there were stress fractures in the past and we were not aware of them, and players continued to play through. Or it may be a newer phenomenon relating to changes of activities, of perhaps over specialisation of young athletes for sports rather than multiple sports. There's a variety of theories.
That's beautiful from Higgins. There's a lot going on out there for Middlesex this morning, and again, that will be great encouragement. A little bit of a warning sign for them as well, that there's enough out there that they'll feel as though 16 wickets yesterday, they need to get in amongst them again today, because there's movement. Still through the air for Higgins and off the surface for all. 87 for 2. 2 slips back in place for Leaning now. No leg slip, but the 2 mid-wickets aren't far away. Excellent start to the over. What's your theory? You said there's a few theories. What's yours?
I'm going to slightly cop out and say it's probably a combination of both. We can certainly see them a lot easier now, but yeah, there's no doubt that sort of the way sport evolves is that younger kids are sort of focusing very early on what they wish to do rather than multiple sports.
And it is such an unusual sport, cricket, an unusual action in bowling in particular. It's not something the body's particularly built to do, which is part of it. You ask any old bowler and they'll say, well, the answer's simple: get out of the gym and get into the nets and train your body for doing something that it's not naturally built to do, which is bowl.
Certainly that needs to be explored a little bit further, and there are trials in place to that effect, but the combination of increased gym work and focusing on bowling rather than sort of other movement competencies is a factor.
Edged and gone, and there's the breakthrough. 87 for 3. Leaning's gone for 48. Higgins has bowled a beautiful over, and he's reached the reward. Good catch by Robson in at second. A shake of the head from Leaning. He's batted incredibly well for Kent. 118 deliveries now as he departs for 48. And he has really given Kent a good footing in this third day. Middlesex have persevered hard. Higgins, this has been a fine over. Grouped them well throughout this over. Higgins finds the edge. 5th ball. It's held its line, not coming back in, which Leaning had to be wary of. Brilliant bowling, brilliant batting. Leaning has to make his way though. The lead is 44, 7 wicket stand. Middlesex will feel very much this is their moment that they've worked very hard for all morning. 15 minutes before lunch. 47 runs have been added this morning for the loss of 1 wicket in an hour and 20 minutes. That tells you how much Leaning and Compton have knuckled down. You can see his disappointment, but it was good bowling. Angus Fraser talking about the slope here. That ball nipping back in naturally with the slope, but holding its line on Leaning on that occasion. And here comes Cox, out to bat at 5 for Kent. First innings, he was bowled for a 4th ball duck by Ethan Bamber. Big partnership, time-wise as well. 37.2 overs between the 2nd and the 3rd wickets falling. Huge credit to Compton and Leaning, but Middlesex will undoubtedly feel this is their moment now to try and get at Kent. Try and put a couple of wickets together quickly. Put that pressure back onto the visitors. 22 years of age, Jordan Cox. Born in Margate. Debut back in 2019. Debuted at a very young age and 35 first-class matches. 3 centuries. 2 50s with a first-class average of 36. He's the player of the match in the T20 Blast final. Kent lifted the trophy a couple of years ago. 2 slips, a leg gully and 2 short mid-wickets for Higgins. And Cox gets a big in-swinger first ball and an edge, which wouldn't have been too far shy of the leg gully. 88 for 3. Just keep an eye on that trajectory. Yeah, straight to ground. And a good stop. He was over the top of it well, Higgins. .88 for 3. Middlesex have the breakthrough. Robson with the catch at second. Higgins the wicket, Leaning gone for 88, just shy of a well-deserved 50 for Leaning. Battled hard. Over to Helm once more. 8th over of his spell this morning. He's bowled well, he's found an edge, found the edge of Leaning, so it wasn't too costly. One that fell just short of the 3rd slip that wasn't there. Robson a long way to his right, getting a hand to it. 3rd slip's just gone into place. And a gully now as well. Helm to Cox. Leg side first up. See Ryan Higgins there has gone in at 3rd slip. Alongside Eskenazi at slip, Robson at 2nd. Higgins has just moved out to 3rd slip with the ball working hard on it. Gully, Max Holdham, Point Stoneman mid-off, Murtagh mid-on, Bamber, mid-wicket Holman, land down at long leg. Three slips in the gully go down. Oh, it's a good leave by Cox, really good leave, good from Helm. How much more can they get out of Helm in this spell? He's on the spot at the moment. He's unlucky not to have a wicket in this spell. Side again, just lifts back of the square. The wide mid-on Bamber charging down. Oh, my apologies. The mid-wicket charging down, Luke Holman. But Simpson getting there first, coming around. Up there from Helm, given the chance, but given the chance for Cox as well to clip it away, and he makes no mistake. First boundary for the right-hander. The lead ticks to 49. Absolutely right to try and put it up there full and straight, go for the LBW. See if Cox has got his eye in early. Young man equal to it. All have felt good early on. Shouldn't perturb Helm too much though. 3 slips in the gully remain. Back on the spot. Cox so far this summer. 5 in the match against Northamptonshire. 17 and 29 in the defeat at Edgbaston. 27 in the high-scoring draw against Essex. And the fourth ball duck in the first innings here. He's on 5. Boundary picked up in the over. 39 gone. 92 for 3. And well, it'll be all eyes on Eskenazi and Helm to see what the skipper thinks about how long Helm's got in this spell. There was a slight chat between Eskenazi and Murtagh, I just noticed there. Had a shot when they passed each other. This is the man that has the breakthrough. Higgins picking up leaning in his last over. Compton a huge wicket here for Kent, able to bat for long periods of time, as he showed in the first innings. 244 minutes, 168 balls for his 52. Higgins around the wicket to him. Dr. Phil Batty alongside myself, Kevin Hand, in the commentary box. Phil, it's one of those breathless moments. A wicket falls. Middlesex waited a long while for that. I won't tell listeners that there was a little punch of the air from you, isn't there?
They've worked really hard for it this morning, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the 50 lead for Kent, so 53 runs added this morning, 3 behind with 2 wickets down as they started this morning. So Middlesex haven't let runs get away. That will really please them. Not get runs get away from them at all this morning. Kent have been pretty defiant. I think their approach has been quite clear. Positive in defence. Try and take some of the sting out of this ball, the sting out of the attack. See how soft a ball goes later in the day, get into the afternoon. It's a long way for a second new ball still for Middlesex. 40 overs away. A lot of damage would be done by then if they had to wait for that to finish this off. It's good again from Higgins. Cox having to play for the slope. But yeah, we just got on to the subject of back injuries. Actually, Tom Helm's a good example. He had a few early in his career. He's in his 29th year now. This is your 7th season, so he was, what, 22, 23 when you arrived? Middlesex, what, 21, 22. Early in his career, though, he had a couple of stress fractures to the back, which really held him up. And I guess he's been a good example. Little walk from Cox towards that one to negate that movement. He's fizzing it down towards the leg stump. But and he isn't one of the modern cricketers that spent all his time in the gym. He hasn't bulked up Helm. So it isn't the argument that he spent too much time in the gym and not enough in the nets.
Yeah, as I say, it's a general theory. So there are exceptions and people view things differently.
And everyone's unique.
Absolutely. So we need to look at numbers and populations rather than individuals to really tease this out. And then there'll never be a clear answer. It'll be about the risk and understanding the risk and understanding those at high risk and low risk. But there's more we need to learn about this.
Here's the feed again from Cox. End of the over. 40 gone, 93 for 3. Where does that learning come from? Where's the research? Where are the figures put together and by whom?
Oh, there are a number of papers being undertaken. The ECB funds some PhD students that look at these issues. Part of the problem is that this is a particular population. It's a tiny population. So if you look at a condition that is widespread and affects massive numbers, COVID for example, you can get data, meaningful data, really quickly because there's lots of people involved. Where you're dealing with a specific niche, tiny population, it takes a lot longer to get the numbers together to really tease out the issues.
Change of bowling at the nursery end. Helm's done. 8 overs this morning. None for 33 from 11 in total for him now. He's bowled well. He's been unlucky not to pick up a wicket again this morning. Probably his best spell of the match. Indeed, perhaps even best spell of the season from Helm this morning. He's kept up the pressure. The lead's 50, 3 down. Middlesex will desperately want to turn 1 into 2 quickly here and to put a bit of a wobble back into Kent. So back to Bamber from the nursery end this time, though. Immediately around the wicket, immediately onto the spot against Compton. Utilised more at the pavilion end in this match so far, Bamber. But he's shown quite adeptly over the years that no problem at either end for him. When he first emerged, Bamber, he was almost seen as the natural successor with Tim Murtagh at the nursery end. Not one of the tall bowlers who will look to really seam it back in towards the off stump. Perhaps it just benefit from particularly right arm over the wicket. From the nursery end, a little bit of extra bounce that he might find up the slope. Similarly there, you can just see it slightly, holding its line up the slope. Left alone by Compton. The theory being when it comes back down the slope, or if it moves, it'll just move at a lower trajectory off the surface than perhaps a batter expects. So you leave it alone on length, you might find your off-stumps troubles. Equally, if it holds its line or goes up the slope, it might do it with a trajectory which causes trouble for the outside edge. Cut hard, that's a good stop. Holden, backward point, he's very much made it his own nowadays. Bamber will appreciate that. It's a little wider. Middlesex top order will appreciate that from their number 5, Max Holden. It's 4 more runs they won't have to worry about. Keeps up that pressure, keeps that run rate down around the 2.25 where it's mostly been this morning. Good into the over from Bamber, 93 for 3. Wicketless in the second innings so far, 4 for 42 in the first. Number 24 from 13 with 3 maidens in the second. Compton, well, he'll just keep doing what he's doing. 32 from 115. His game plan, his strategy is quite clear. It's brought in great reward with an average of 57 in first-class cricket. For Cox, I'd imagine the direction is quite clear for him as well. About time. Stay out there with Compton. Look at how lean he went about it. Got away some nice shots, but wasn't overly aggressive, overly ambitious. That's a nice shot of the Edrich there. Sun trap that we were looking at earlier looks like a good number in. The Compton to the left is shut. And there we are up the top of the media centre. Can just see the camera middle tier there as well on the far left of the middle tier. There's Cox again, very much like leaning, a little use of the feet, get down the track, happily leave alone outside off. Off the hip, down to deep backward square leg, just the leg by. You'd have seen the head of Cox shoot up to see where that was going, but no bat involved. Brings the left-handed Compton back onto strike with half an hour to go to lunch on day 3. Huge wicket. Middlesex could take Compton off with them at lunch, then they'd feel mightily happy with the morning's work, even if it is just 2 wickets, to have 2 set batters from overnight. Change up in the field, slip and a short mid-wicket. The 2 clutches for Higgins around the wicket. There's a deep third just out of shot there, way to the right, Tom Helm. And around the wicket, angling it in towards the off stump. Looking for a little clip from Compton to mid-wicket. One to go down the slope to the hands of the keeper or slip. He hasn't offered much in the match though. That's an extraordinary period of time. Compton in the game. 168 deliveries in the first innings, 117 in the second. That was 244 minutes in the first innings. 178 minutes now in the second. He eventually fell, Compton, in the 55th over of the Kent, 56th over indeed, of the Kent's first innings, which lasted only for 66 overs. So he was 10 overs shy at batting through the Kent's first innings when he fell 145 for 7. He's now batted through 42 overs in the Kent second innings. Middlesex's first innings lasted for 58 overs. So Compton nearly batted the duration of the Middlesex first innings with his effort in the Kent first innings, and now out there again. So you know, he's the oddity in the match at the moment, Compton. Middlesex will obviously hope when it does come time for the chase that somebody will be able to bat long and hard as he has done. 94 for 3. Dr. Phil Batty alongside myself, Kevin Hand, in the commentary position this afternoon with just under 30 minutes until lunch. Does the club doctor get to partake in the lunches in the pavilion?
Rumour has it that occasionally he has.
Well, surely it's part of the requirements that you have to see what they're eating and not only see it but taste it as well. The proof, as they say, is in the pudding.
You don't get a figure like mine eating too many Lord's lunches, Kevin.
What's the greatest challenge for a club doctor in cricket? Don't say the lunches. You can say the lunches if you want, but you know, the greatest challenge for a club doctor in cricket?
I haven't really thought of that. I think I've been around the block quite a long time. I've been working in professional sport for nearly 30 years now, so I've seen most things in different versions. It's always very difficult when you've got players that want to play and they're injured, and that dilemma of if it's good for them.
Whereas sometimes you speak to some coaches and they say you've got players who don't want to play when they're fit. They've got a slight niggle and that's it, they want their feet up. So that I guess is a fine balance between the coach's desire and the player's desire.
I think that perception crosses sport, but in my experience I've never come across a player that didn't want to play for whatever reason.
Single more for Cox. Manchester United and Manchester City. Which one came first for you?
Manchester United. I was there from '96 to '99, and
really?
left
with the treble.
Left with the treble to as the number 2. I was the number 2, and then I went to Blackburn Rovers, where Brian Kidd was manager, and joined them shortly afterwards. They'd been relegated, and spent many happy years at Blackburn Rovers.
And the City years, was it with Pep or was that pre-Pep?
It was with Roberto Mancini, so I was there the first year they won the Premier League.
Aguero? I won't do it.
Absolutely, yeah. I did his medical.
Ah. So it's your fault. Speaking as a Manchester United fan.
So I'm a Manchester United fan too.
Are you really? Ah. Is that going to haunt you? You could have.
It is quite interesting because I am a United fan. My memories of my father, he died when I was young, were watching Manchester United battle on Charlton at Old Trafford. So so I had to declare it at my interview at City, and I did declare it in the interviews because there was a selection process, and they said not to worry. Interestingly enough, my first game for City was a Charity Shield game against Manchester United at Wembley. And as I came out of the tunnel, wearing Manchester City attire.
That's from the pavilion end.
As I came out of the tunnel, there were friends that still worked at Manchester City. There were 3 of them with their arms folded, waiting for me as I walked out in Manchester City gear. And they, in unison, said to me, "We never thought we'd see the day."
I thought you were going to say there was another figure at the end of the tunnel there, which would have been far more formidable and frightening. The man himself.
He was a delight to work for.
Was he still the Manchester United manager, Sir Alex Ferguson, when you were in that Charity Shield?
Yes, yeah, and City won on goal difference the title that year, and then United won it the following year, and he retired at that stage.
So your first year at Manchester City was the title-winning year?
It was. I'm fortunate to actually have a Premier League winners' medal.
You got the treble, medal for the treble as well, haven't you? Or was that because you were assistant at that point?
No, I didn't get medals for that because I was the number 2. I do have a League Cup winners' medal from Blackburn Rovers when they beat Tottenham Hotspur in the final.
Never know, Tim Murtagh might bowl you to a county championship winners' medal here at Middlesex.
If he does that, I might have to buy some of his wine.
Isn't that his and Gus's wine? They got a bar together, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so I've not actually partaken of it yet, but I'm going to wait until we win the title before we do that.
So, as you said, you're a Lancashire man at heart, so much like the man he just replaced on the mic, Angus Fraser, of course, Lancastrian. Mighty man of Middlesex, but Lancashire born, Angus Fraser, which I think we all easily forget at times.
I think my accent's more Lancastrian than his now. I've spent a lot more time there, but yeah, I was born and brought up in around Lancaster itself.
Silly mid off in place for Bamber, around the wicket to Compton. 2 slips, deep third, point, wide mid off, silly mid off, silly mid on, silly mid wicket, deep backward square leg. There is Higgins, going around to collect. Just in front of the man that's replaced him at the pavilion end, Murtagh. Away, late cut from Compton onto 33. So you'd have pretty much just, I mean, you know, the real advances in sports science as a club doctor you'd have seen over your span. Was it 95, 96 you said was your first year? I mean, you're pretty much touching on the back edges of the old magic sponge at that in those days, aren't you?
Yeah, very much so. When I started at Manchester United in '96, the first team club doctor would go in on a Monday morning and a Friday morning and just accompany them for home games, not travel away apart from in Europe. And now they're all full time. There's been an explosion. And the evolution in football goes all the way back from Bob Paisley actually being a sponge man in the Liverpool days before he became the manager. I mean, it started with qualified physios getting involved rather than sort of coaches with a sponge, and then sort of as more money came into football and more money came into sport, the medical needs became more apparent and there was funding.
Don Revie was the masseuse as manager. He was manager and masseuse at Leeds, wasn't he, in the 70s?
Yeah, they've all you know, that was the way things went. There was really initially no real medical input, but now there's much more, and the governance is much improved, and hopefully the care of players much better.
Sorry, Don Revie was the monsieur, not the masseuse. At Leeds. Yeah, it's extraordinary, really. Look back, the magic sponge. Getting Gus would know all about that, wouldn't he, from the early days of his career at Middlesex. Even my first season here was 2005, covering Middlesex, and the staff back then was minimal compared to what it is now. End of the over, 96 for 3. That had been a club doctor of sorts. Again, wouldn't have been full-time as you're not now, but there was a full-time physio. One physio. I'm just wondering whether he served both the first and seconds. Greg Rosenbauer was the physio in 2005. John Embry was the coach.
But now there has to be a qualified physio with specific emergency skills in terms of training at sort of every professional game, first first team, second team, academy games, even extending to the along the pathway. Really, there are qualified physios throughout.
The red jacket, a red jacket in the pavilion was the problem there. I was just looking. Sorry, Phil. I was looking over to see what it was. They were all charging towards a particular spot, including a steward in the pavilion just behind Murtagh there. Somebody had a red jacket on that they've had to remove, which was disturbing Compton. This ball's clipped away by Compton. Oh, a little slip at the non-strikers, and he's okay. He's kept his footing, so no problem. He's comfortably back for the second. 98 for 3. That's a full straight. Just looking to work that line. 2 slips and a gully. Last ball of the over. 46 done. 98 for 3. We have 10 minutes to lunch at Lord's on day 3. I'm going to take you one more time back to Manchester United, 1996. Eric Cantona. I mean, truly an iconic figure in all sports, really. What's he like as a club doctor? Because he actually was credited by Sir Alex Ferguson as being one of those that revolutionised football, the way that he trained, the way that he approached the game, much like Arsene Wenger at Arsenal. Changed diets, changed the approach to football, but Cantona was seen very much as a man who changed even Sir Alex Ferguson's approach to football. He saw football was changing in the way that Cantona approached the game. So again, you just see the real change from the magic sponge, but also from the players themselves.
Yes, there's no doubt. I never really came across him professionally because he wasn't really injured. So I would see them training occasionally. It was a very part-time role, as I say, but I would see them training occasionally. I'd be there maybe once a week or so. There's no doubt he would be there first and there last, and he changed the culture of that class of '92. And really changed their approach.
It's good from Bamber. Third slip's just gone in. Tighten the off stump again. Yeah, it was a passing of the baton, wasn't it, that era, for sure. On and off the field. Probably took cricket about 10 years later to pass that baton. When I took over in 2005 doing this job, which is the year England won the Ashes, of course. I can see a pretty sharp change from the old to the new in the way that players approach the game, the diets, the fitness. There was still then very much a throwback to an older era of cricket, which certainly is mostly passed by now. Fitness taken incredibly seriously, which is what we started on, really. You know, gym workouts for bowlers now, but just in general, the fitness and lifestyle of players has changed considerably in this sport now as well.
there's no doubt there's been fundamental changes, but you know, this is a very technical and skill-based sport too.
Edged and taken at slip. Eskenazi with the catch. Cox has gone for 6. Bamba's first wicket of the second innings, his 5th of the match, and crucially just before lunch Middlesex have a second of the morning. 55 the lead, 98 for 4 Kent, and a morning session that reads at the moment 58 for 2. Middlesex will be happy with that work. It hasn't been the procession of wickets, following on from 16 falling yesterday, only 2 in the session so far. But well done, captain. Well held. And a good deployment of the bowlers as well. He's changed Bamba to the nursery end. It's brought a change of fortunes for Middlesex. That's a beautiful ball. Goodness me, take nothing away from Bamba there. Angling towards off stump, forcing Cox to play. Just nips away, enough to take the edge. Disappointment for Cox. But delight for Middlesex. As here comes a real danger man, Sam Billings. Now, if he hangs around for any period of time, that run rate, which has dropped now to 2.1, that's what Middlesex have done so well this morning. Richard Johnson will be delighted with that. That shows the control that Middlesex have had out there. Only 2 wickets. Stark contrast to the start of the innings yesterday evening. 2 wickets in 2 balls. And a big partnership. Big in terms of the time that they batted, the time they took out of yesterday evening, this morning, taking a bit of the sting out of it. Ball into its 47th over. They haven't gone a long way though, and that's the control that Middlesex have bowled with, which really please the coaching setup. But Billings is a massive wicket. He's a man who can take a game away from anybody in any situation. 5 minutes till lunch though. He's got to get through this little passage first. 2 balls to come with Bamba's over. They'll take their time, the batters, because Bamba, if they're quick enough, Middlesex will get a second over here before lunch, but Billings and Compton will do their best to try to make sure that doesn't happen. Just 14 in the first innings for Billings. He's trapped LBW by Murtagh for 14, and the 5th wicket's fall, 69 for 5 that was. Oh, very nearly, 98 for 5 in the second innings. Followed that one a little, Billings. Given a bit of width from Bamba. Back up the slope, past the inside edge. .31 against Northamptonshire, 11 and 4 against Warwickshire, 1 against Essex for Billings. Drop ball to end the over for Bamba here. He remains on 0 from 2 faced. Compton has 35, will have strike, 98 for 4. It's a cracking ball to get rid of Cox though from Bamba. Angling in towards that off stump. Just straightening. Down the slope from Bamba. Eskenazi holds on to another one. Here's the angle, just there. Just did enough off the surface. Bamba gets the reward. Eskenazi's held on to a few in this game. Second catch of the second innings for Eskenazi. Picked up Bell Drummond in the first innings at slip. So 6 in the match for Murtagh. 5 now for Bamba, a race between those two. A short ball from Murtagh, hooked away by Compton. There is a deep backward square leg. 99 for 4. A chance to look at Billings before lunch for Murtagh. I'd imagine before this over's out, we'll see the short run up of Murtagh as he tries to make sure Bamber gets one more before the interval. One more wicket before lunch, and Middlesex really will feel in a strong position on the third day. Slowish start to the season for Billings, but first class average of 32, 6 centuries and 15 50s, 261 T20s for Sam Billings, 104 list 8. That'll be the danger for Middlesex. If Billings hangs around for a couple of hours this afternoon, then the runs will flow. Just comes naturally to him. Simpson standing up, trying to keep Billings in his crease. There's 2 slips and a tight gully in there as well. Short mid wicket just out of shot. 2 to come of the over, with 2 minutes as I make it until lunch. Although just looking at the clock below Old Father time, smart from Billings. It's a little hot umps. Can you hold this for me? Let's make sure this is the last over before lunch. Murtagh's ready to go. Hands on hips. Knows full well what the ploy is. Clock ticks ever closer to 10 past 1 with that. Well, I make it gone 9 past 1 now, so it probably will be the last over before lunch. Oh, now he's gone, Murtagh. Well, if he wanted to fire up Murtagh, that delay seems to have done it. Billings taking his sweater off, handing it to the umpire, taking a while to put the gloves back on, and Middlesex seeing the funny side of it. That's a huge wicket to pick up Billings. LBW 99 for 5, and Murtagh has cheered his mates mightily there. 3 for 19 for Tim Murtagh. He's got 7 in the match. Middlesex walk off with a 5th wicket in this innings, a 3rd in the session, and a big one as well. Billings gone for a duck, a lead of 56 with 5 wickets standing. Let's have another look. Just snips back in. Billings immediately signalling to the umpire that he fancied that was going down the leg side. A real off-cutter. Didn't really get forward to it. Billings, as it nips back down the slope, finds him pinned in the umpire's mind. Certainly in the minds of Middlesex, and well, again, you can see that the joy on their faces there. Billings was making sure it was the last over before lunch. Well, it certainly is as the wicket falls. Disappointment for Billings, disappointment for Kent. They really batted well this morning, but Middlesex have come back hard just before the interval. Murtagh has 3 to his name, 3 for 19 from 11.5. Middlesex maintaining their position on top in this match. Kent are effectively 56 for 5 as we'll take lunch. Play to resume at 1:49. We'll be back on the live stream. Thank you very much to Dr. Phil Batty. It was lovely to meet you.
And you, thanks very much, Kevin.
Appreciate your time, the stories. Please do come back and join us again at some point, but he'll enjoy his lunch as a Middlesex man. I will tell them this time you punched the air on that one as well. Allowed to the club docs for Middlesex. Many thanks for his company before the interval of the stories. Good to hear. Middlesex will have plenty to talk about at lunch. They'll be mightily pleased with that morning session now. 3 wickets in it for the loss of 59 runs. They've kept it tight. They've earned their reward. All eyes on that name in the bottom left. Compton after lunch, 36 to his name. We'll be back just under 40 minutes here on the live stream from myself, Kevin Hands. Enjoy your lunches. Kent, a 99 for 5. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you lunched well. I'm sure Middlesex will have done. Picking up Sam Billings, the last ball before the interval. 99 for 5, leading by 56 Kents. That would have felt like a bit of a hammer blow for the visitors. They battled so hard this morning. Compton, 36 from 130. He's been outstanding in this game, keeping Middlesex at bay on what's been a bowler-friendly match. There's been seam movement throughout. The overheads are there today, but it's still been challenging. Just 59 runs scored in 2 hours and 10 minutes this morning. Now, part of that will be Compton's studious approach, so he's not going to go anywhere particularly quickly, but equally part of that is the Middlesex bowling performance, where, well, Murtagh 3 for 19 from 11.5. Bamber 1 for 26 from 16. Higgins picking up leaning the first wicket of the morning, caught Robson for 48. And then Cox caught Eskenazi, bowled Bamber for 6. Helm has really played his part this morning as well. He's bowled extremely well, but it's going to be Mercer to finish the over that started before lunch with a wicket of Billings. And Everson on strike. Big pressure on the young man here. Big pressure on Kent. They lead by just 56 after a lot of fine work this morning. 3 slips for Murtagh. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Shortish mid-wicket, quite straight. Mark Stoneman, deep backward square leg. And it's Murtagh to start the afternoon. Left alone, Simpson standing up behind the stumps. So Everson in at number 7. He made 16 in the first innings before he's caught Simpson off the bowling of Bamber. Joining Compton, who again has batted an extraordinary amount of time in this game. 244 minutes in the first innings, 168 deliveries. He's nearly there in the second dig. 207 minutes, 130 deliveries for Compton. It's been outstanding. Classical first-class opening from Compton. Everson, meantime, 5-0, 99 at Edgbaston in the second innings, 38 not out against Essex. So mixed start to the season for a young man, only 21 years of age, but he's really going to need to dig in alongside Compton at the other end this afternoon for Kent, much as they did this morning. Here's Bamber from the nursery end. 2 slips, deep third, points, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square, deep backward square leg for Bamber around the wicket to Compton. I'm Kevin Hand, bringing you the live stream. Angus Fraser alongside me on the mic this afternoon as well. Sunny afternoon again, and well, we're not expecting any interruptions today. There's still 73 overs of cricket to be played on day 3. Will that be enough to finish the match today? Well, if Middlesex pick up a quick couple after wickets. Quickets, that's the word I used to come up with. I couldn't say it. And they would have hopes of wrapping it up today. It's a good tumbling stop at mid-off by Higgins. Middlesex have just kept it tight all the way around in the field with the ball. Lots of credit for their bowling this morning. Welcome back, Gus.
Thank you. Talking about people being under pressure, I felt under pressure myself. I had a none for in the first hour. Doc comes on and gets a 3 for.
Well, you were the skipper. You were the change. You made the change. Brought him on. I mean, take credit as the skipper. That was all our chat this morning about field places and deployment of the bowlers, deployment of the commentators.
Should have taken me off earlier.
Now you're starting to sound like Gat. Good to see Gat last night. Saw him at the close of play. Radders, a few of the other legends were around. Back up the slope, inside edge. And the 100 up for Kent in their second innings, 100 for 5. Lead by 57. Yesterday morning they resumed 113 for 6. Their overnight score. And they picked up things at the start of day 2, went on to hit 186 in that first innings. How far will they go today? Yeah, a few legends around last night to send off Mike O'Farrell, as we heard from Azim Rafiq on the stream yesterday afternoon as well. He was in to see Mike, who is the outgoing chairman, Gus the interim chairman at the moment, and a send off from Mike O'Farrell in the Middlesex room yesterday evening with some Middlesex greats in there. And a nice speech from you at the beginning, Gus. You're a big soft touch when the mic goes off, aren't you?
Big soft touch all the time.
I never got that impression when I was interviewing you over the years. Past the edge, Bamba. It's good line and length bowling again. End of the over, 100 for 5.
Yes, a nice day yesterday for Mike O'Farrell. Just watch this delivery again. Angled in, holding its line, well bowled. Small margin, isn't it? Centimetres, millimetres between making contact with that bat, edging it or missing it. But no, it was a nice day yesterday for Mike. Sue, his wife and son, guests at the club, to say a small thank you for all his time, effort and hard work he's put into the club in the last 7 years. 2016 he took over as chair when Ian Lovett, I think, went to the ECB in a capacity. And yeah, it's not been the gentlest of rides, certainly the last 3 or 4 years since COVID.
Squirts away. Thick outside edge down to deep backward points. 101 for 5. No, it was a difficult time for him, Mike, but it was nice to hear from Azim Rafiq yesterday and the friendship that those two have struck up, and that, you know, I thought it was a difficult time for Mike. Obviously Azim's had an incredibly difficult time, and the fact that he was able to call on Mike as a friend for advice and direction was it was a poignant moment yesterday, meeting Azim, because he's clearly as he said in his own words, moved to Dubai to find some peace. But it was, yeah, touching moment to hear from him yesterday, who was here to send off Mike O'Farrell as well. But yeah, a good number of legends in the Middlesex room last night. Nice to see Radders was in there as well.
Some nice support from other chairs. Rod Brandgroves from Hampshire. Obviously we're playing Kent, so Kent chair, Glamorgan chair. A couple of others actually sent their apologies that wanted to be there. So no, Mike had a really...
That's crunched away nicely by Everson. A little bit of width from Murtagh. A volley. Everson was able to free up the hands, and we'll pick up 3. Big old boundary up to the grandstand. He's threatening to come up on the mic, Mike Gatting, this season. He was up a fair bit the last couple of years on the BBC commentaries. He said he'll get up here soon enough. Thought you and Selva hard on the players, and Gat's up here. Down the slope.
Just did him for length there, really, didn't he? Probably a delivery that Compton should have been looking to get forward to, but stuck on the crease. And the angle going across him meant that it beat his outside edge.
Hand on head for the second ball in a row for Murtagh. Last one went past the outside edge. He was hoping to beat the inside edge on that one. Compton equal to it. cut and gone, cut straight to gully. Higgins takes the catch. Murtagh has 4 in the second innings to go with the 4 in the first. And the old club captain's at it again, and he's got the big wicket of Compton.
Yeah, sort of soft dismissal there from Compton, really, having worked so hard and played with such concentration for a long period of time. He's almost just guided that catch there to gully. Good sharp catch by Higgins, low in front of him. But Compton will be wondering, after all that work, how have I got out in such a soft manner, really. It was probably there for the cut shot. Yeah, just, well, maybe not quite, but trying to force the ball there. Just as well he didn't have a third slip.
You'd never have a third slip at Murtagh's pace.
Well, as you say, I mean, I think it was Richie Benno sort of said about good captains, isn't it? That number of sort of things you require, but one of them is a bit of luck, and the right tactics can be undermined by poor bowling, and poor tactics can be made to look good by good bowling. But I full credit for Middlesex for keeping attacking fielders against Compton, although, as I say, the way that he plays, he's not going to punish you like other players, but more sort of like trying to run it down the third slip. Just look at the disappointment there on his face. You know he's worked so hard, and then the delight of Higgins skipping in front of the screen. So that little flash there sort of highlighted the moment. Huge disappointment from another good innings from Compton. You've got to admire his concentration, his commitment to what he's doing, and he'll be ruining the fact that he maybe tried something there that he hasn't really looked to do throughout the rest of his innings.
90 runs is aggregate in the match, but equally the minutes are 244 minutes in the first innings Compton batted for, and 217 in the second.
Well, we said it in the first innings about Stewart. He's been a thorn in Middlesex's side on a few occasions, coming out and batting, looking to take the game to the opposition. It'll be interesting to see whether he adopts that attitude today. I think he can only play one way, though.
Fortunately for Middlesex, Bamber can only bowl one way. That's pretty tight and economical on the off stump where he starts this over. 104 for 6, so Stewart awaits. That's picking up a wicket last ball of the over. He got 44 in the first innings. 2 4s, 2 6s. Oh, again from Bamber. Interesting change of ends here from Bamber and Murtagh, and I think that's one of the great things about Bamber. Really, at both ends, he can do a great job. And on this particular pitch for Murtagh, the seam movement helping him. That's either end for the old man as well.
No, but I think that's, as you say, you look at the development of a young cricketer, and you see Ethan, obviously well established now in the Middlesex first team, taking well over 100 first-class wickets, played quite a bit of cricket at Lords, and is cute enough and skillful enough to be able to bowl at either end. There's a difference because of the slope that it naturally creates. But he's showing that he's, well, I say, experience and skill is allowing him to change his line slightly and be effective at either end.
Go away.
That's 4 out of 4 he's played and missed at here. Can't feel sorry for himself if he nicks one.
First innings Everson was caught Simpson bowled Bamber for 16. Bamber's at him again on that outside edge. Oh, and lifts it past the edge. Does he take the edge? No. I mean, this will really enthuse Bamba, seeing the number that he's played at here.
Don't know about that. He'll be pretty bit act off the ain't Nick one.
Use of the feet from Everson to end the over. Best from him. 104 for 6. 60 on the lead.
So about the sledge there and you follow through. Oh, you did bring your bat out with you. Right, this could be interesting. Murtagh, keeper up. Stewart, who hit 2 or 3 into the tavern stroke grandstand area in the first innings. Certainly a couple of 6s, I remember them. Maybe third, I think definitely 2 anyway. And I think he'll be eyeing that area up. Whether he'll go there straight away, we will see. But I can't believe that he's just going to poke and prod around out there. I think he'll look to be bold and look to try to grab the initiative back. And Murtagh might be the...
Oof. Well, if he needs a little bit of help making his mind up, that might be the one, because he played that with great uncertainty, and maybe the best form of defence for Stewart will be attack.
But no, it was a good little battle. I was going to say it was a good little battle because Murtagh, canny old bowler. But again, Stewart, oh dear, where's that? Is that beating him on the offside? I thought that was a leg side when the way that...
We'll have a look again in a moment. It baffled all of us.
Including Simpson, looking at his reaction there.
Have a look back at that last Stewart one.
It has. It's gone over the... Murtagh scratches his head. They're wondering what's happened.
Oh,
I'll get a better view here. Oh, it's bounced quite a lot now. But it's going to be a little interesting battle when Stewart gets back down that end. Does he look to get after the... Got 2 straight there, Murtagh. It's going to be 4 runs. One thing again, during Everson's innings in the first innings, a bit straight to think if he misses that, he's close to LBW. But tying the ball nicely, didn't he? Hit a couple of 4s, so got a nice touch about his batting.
Three slips for Murtagh on this occasion. The right-hander. .998 wickets in all formats for Middlesex now, Tim Murtagh. With the 6 that he had coming in today, he was 996 starting today. 2 more to add to it. And 998 in all formats, extraordinary. 942 first-class wickets in total. Going back to Surrey and Ireland, British universities. Bounce again from Murtagh. Him! There's wicket 999 for Middlesex. 109 for 7. Murtagh has a 5-fer in the Kent second innings. 5 for 27 from the pavilion ends. Tim Murtagh, 999 wickets for Middlesex in all formats. Quite incredible. Still going strong.
He is, by his own standards, a pretty ordinary in the Essex game, and he would have realised that, even though you don't want to admit it, and would have come into this game knowing he had a bit of a point to prove, and people questioning his position in the side and how much more cricket he's going to play. But like the old competitor, the old dog that he is, Warrior, comes in relentless, isn't he? Just there or thereabouts, asking questions, anything in the pitch, top of off. That's been his career. Hit down there, so another fifer for him. I don't know how many fifers he's got now. Must be 30s, mustn't it? 30 odd.
Well, I'll tell you now, because the stats for that man are really starting to stack up. We just a moment ago whispered to each other off mic. I said to you, it seems like only yesterday when Murtagh went past yourself and Wayne Daniel, who are quite high and close together on the Middlesex list. But goodness me, it was actually a fair while back now. That's a 5 for Murtagh. Yet again for the man who made his debut back in 2000, as we established yesterday. 24 seasons later, and Murtagh ripping through 942 first-class wickets. Here comes Quinn out to join the 39th first-class fifer for Murtagh. 4 tenfers for him as well. Of course, in this match now, he's on 9 for the match.
And again, I think the wicket there will only encourage Stewart to look to be more aggressive. So pin yourself down. It could be a bit going on in the next 10 or so minutes.
A little nick and Stewart's gone. And Bamber, not to be outdone at the end, the other end, a young man at the other end of his career, who's certainly been pulling up trees, knocking over stumps and taking a fair few edges as well. Stewart's gone. 109 for 8. Bamber with a 6th in the match.
Well, that's a big wicket, that is. We've seen how Stewart can be dangerous. He scored hundreds against Middlesex in the past, and thoroughly deserved wicket. I mean, Bamber's bowled beautifully. I mean, Everson played and missed 5 balls and over in the last over. He's bowled immaculate lines and lengths with a little bit on it, the Murtagh this morning. And we were talking about in the first session, I mean, Middlesex got the last two or three wickets late in that 2 hour 10 session to get some reward for how they bowled, but if they'd taken 5 wickets in the morning, you wouldn't say they didn't deserve it, because they've really stuck to their task, asked questions of this Kent team, and really got themselves into a strong position now.
Wes Agar comes out to bat at number 10. Only Hogan to come. Bamber 6 in the match. Murtagh 9 in the match. And they are creating chaos for Kent, who fought so hard. I mean, huge credit this morning to Compton, and this goes to show, I think, just how well Compton and Leading batted this morning.
Well, they did, and was sort of being complimentary to Middlesex bowling in the way that they stuck to their task. You did the way that Kent coped with that. Yes, there was a bit of player missing through some periods, but say Leading and Compton did bat really sort of resolutely, didn't they? They were really digging in and making life hard. Like all these things, once it sort of starts, it can happen quite quickly.
Good leave from Agar. 66 the lead. Match situation. I mean, there's a lot going on out there at the moment. Tim Murtagh piling up the wickets, going for yet another tenfer, going for 1,000 now. First class, all format wickets for Middlesex. Heading towards 950 first class wickets in total. But equally, match situation, Kent effectively 66 for 8 in their second innings. Good leave again by Bamber.
So Murtagh's record, well, this is not quite sure how up to date it is, but whether it's got this match or this innings, but on these it's got 824 wickets for Middlesex, and again at a remarkable average of 23.5.
Bamber. Saw a lot of the stumps there as that bat eventually came down from Egan. Not too much foot movement. 2 to come of the over. To come of the over. I mean, Bamber for me has been outstanding. He was the best bowler in the first innings of this match by far. 2 for 27 in his 19th over now. He's been the best bowler for me for Middlesex this season. Roland Jones had that incredible 7 for, of course, against Essex with the second new ball, came back at them hard, but Bamber's just been outstanding. It's punched to backward point and there's no run. 109 for 8. So Bamber's 2 for 27 from 19. Murtagh's 5 for 27 from 14. His best bowling in an innings for Murtagh, 7 for 82.
And the breakdown of those 999 wickets: 119 list day, 53 T20 and 827 first class wickets.
Hunting a 10th, but also hunting a 1,000th all formats dismissal for Middlesex. Inside edge on that one, not to be. Still with the kick-ups as well. (2007) was the year that he joined Middlesex from Surrey, an integral part of the T20 winning side in 2008. An integral part of pestering Angus Fraser when Gus took over as Director of Cricket in 2009. Spearhead in that attack in Middlesex won Division 1 in 2016. The return to Division 1 going pretty well for him. 5 in the first match of the season against Essex. Rested and rotated rounds 2 and 3, but back in the side of the vengeance. Well, how long this spell goes for Murtagh, every single delivery is going to be an event now. Could walk off as well with his best bowling in an innings, so it would be an extraordinary afternoon if he does. That could be close, and that is wicket 1,000 for Tim Murtagh in all formats for Middlesex. A 10th for the 5th time in what has been a quite incredible career. Back in the side, back in amongst the wickets and some. 1,000 all format wickets for Tim Murtagh. What a moment, what a man.
Congratulations to Murtagh, wonderful achievement. One of Middlesex's finest cricketers. Again, sits proudly there with your Wayne Daniels, your Phil Edmonds, your Mike Gattins, your Mark Ramprakases, your Dennis Comptons, your Hearns, your Edriches. Murtagh, you're in that territory, mate. You've done brilliantly.
1,000 wickets in all formats for Middlesex since joining from Surrey in 2007. Absolutely astonishing from Tim Murtagh. He's 15 wickets away from passing Phil Tufnell in the list of highest first-class wicket takers for Middlesex. 14th in the list. Tufnell in his sights. Absolutely amazing. 16th season with Middlesex. 1,000th wicket.
Looking at his celebrations there, has he enjoyed any more? The passion, the desire, the competitiveness there. You just see that in that reaction there to when you've had that moment more than 1,000 times, which he has, and 1,000 times for Middlesex. You thought you might get bored with it, but there's still the same huge satisfaction and joy of taking a wicket. First wicket, a bloke called John Hooper, playing for the universities, Oxford University Centre of Cricket, 15th of April 2007, LBW.
Classic Murtagh. I think he was asked last year, do you remember the first one? Pretty sure the answer was no. But you do, don't you? You always remember the first.
Well, maybe his first class more than his first for Middlesex.
Nine down. Oh, nearly a 7th for Murtagh. Oh, and he goes past the edge. 109 for 9. 1,000 all format wickets for Middlesex. How many more? Well, one more today, and he'll surely be walking off with his best bowling in an innings as well. 6 for 27 from 15, 5 maidens.
He'll be chuffed to bits. Not just for the 1,000, but the fact that I was chatting to him pre-season. I mean, not in a nice way, sort of saying, how long do you think you get going? He said, well, as long as I feel that I'm competitive. And I've been knocking a few of them over in the nets during winter under the marquee at Merchant Taylor's, so why should I contemplate saying thanks? If the desire's still there and you can perform like this, you completely understand why he wants to carry on. I mean, yes, got to be realistic and use him selectively in the right moments, and there are going to be times when what he's now capable of is not going to be as effective as it was a number of years ago. But you've just got to admire the man, haven't you, the way that he's just kept performing for well, say 2007, that's 16 years or 17 seasons ago for Middlesex. So full respect.
Right up there from Bamber, from down the ground, single for Agar, brings Hogan on to strike. 110 for 9. Kent, the lead is 67. I did see him on the way out last night. As we said, they were leaving drinks for Mike O'Farrell, the outgoing chairman. Yes, even said, yeah, you take quite a bit of grief when Gus and I are together on the mic. But he does, and you know, he's that kind of character because he likes to get in amongst it and have the fun himself as well, doesn't he? But goodness me, you know, one day you'll look back at...
Oh, don't worry, he holds his own. He doesn't
Oh no, that's what I mean. That's why he cops it, because
he
he
gets
gives
the
it out so much.
opportunity to give me or you some stick. He will do in a nice, playful, respectful way.
Respectful to you, maybe.
Well, sometimes.
No, but he does, doesn't he? And he plays the Joker in that sense. But I think you just said it there in the summary a few moments ago. We're looking at a Middlesex great, aren't we?
Yeah, it's funny actually when you sort of say who you're with, and you think of other. I mean, you haven't mentioned Edmund, you haven't mentioned Edinburgh, you haven't mentioned Titmus, JT Murray. There's sort of huge figures that have come out of this club, and again, this record, when he eventually does hang up those boots for the last time, is going to rightly sit favourably amongst them all. And again, a different era, different pitches, on all sorts of services. I mean, that's the thing. He's not just sort of. He's not. I mean, he's bowled beautifully and got fifers on batter-friendly pitches, as well as exposing a batter's weaknesses on a pitch that might be doing a bit.
Swing and a miss again. One more ball to come of the over, and then Murtagh gets a crack at his best bowling in an innings. Bamber right up there on the stumps again, but Hogan survives. 110 for 9. Lead of 67. Big applause down there for somebody. Stag do. Well, they've seen a little piece of history today. 1,000 wickets for Tim Murtagh in all formats for Middlesex. Quite something. 6 for 27. Here he goes again. Oh, up the slope it goes.
He's even bending his back. Good carry and bounce, pushing Simpson back as a keeper.
72 miles an hour. Hasn't got that one through that quickly since the noughties, has he?
Benjamin Button.
Sweet pick up and a good stop on the boundary rope. They've taken a single. Outstanding stop out there by Stoneman. 111 for 9. First you wanted catch, then you wanted boundary, and a wonderful stop. Nelson on the board. He'll feel like Lord Nelson himself at the moment, won't he? Lording it at Lords, Tim Murtagh, not for the first time. Up in the air, just out of reach. Plugs and they have a single. The lead 69, 3 to come of the over. That goes up in the air. It's going to go all the way. Over cow corner for 6. Huge pick up from Agar. He's got history with the bat. And for Australia, targeting the short boundary. Step across, and oh, he's taken it off the stumps. I thought that was going to go. Helm with a stupendous piece of fielding down at deep backward square leg. It really is all action out there. Look at the smile on the face. Well, targeted the stumps. Hagar's done very well to lay bat on that, having stepped across. Oh, sweeps it off middle. Last ball of the over. Up in the air. Could be last ball of the innings. Could be best bowling in the innings for Murtagh. It could be 6, and it is. 125 for 9. A second 6 of the over for Agar. Murtagh 6 for 42 from his 16. Taking a bit of tap at the end. Agar swinging hard to try and give Kent something to go at in this final innings at Lord's.
They'll be a bit frustrated about that. So they don't want that to happen for too long. Don't want another 30-40 runs being smacked around by this last pair. With that in mind, Tom Helm's come on. I'd imagine Bamber may well possibly replace Murtagh at the bowler's end, at the pavilion end. Change of bowling. Interesting tactic. Bamber bowled beautifully in the last couple of overs.
Helm to Agar looking for his first wicket of the match. Just the single. Of course, there was a single in between the 2 sixes. I think he called it as Agar that hit the second 6. It was Hogan. Full, clipped away. I think 2, but just the 1. Deep squares back. In amongst the pigeons. Luke Holman to collect. 80 miles an hour from Helm. .127 for 9, Kent. 0 for 2. When Murtagh got it all going in this innings. Overnight 40 for 2. That's dug out. He's missing off. Just gave himself a little bit of room. Agar. Well spread on the offside of the field. Agar, as I mentioned, got a good 40 for Australia against the West Indies in one of his 2 ODIs. Salvaged something, but it was a West Indies win nonetheless. Helm follows him, chops down, picks up a single. His highest score in first-class cricket, 57. One time he's passed 50, got 41 in that ODI.
Got a message from David Nash. Congrats, Mertz. What a, well, not a bad swear word, but amazing achievement, bud. Get knocking his statue up, please, Big Gus.
good from Helm. Toe crusher. Misses leg.
Get one straight.
Not trying to deny Mertz his best bowling in a match. His best bowling in an innings.
I'd rather it was over now rather than risking 3 or 4 going into the tavern stand for 6.
Hogan, the number 11, has 4 first-class 50s to his name, high score of 57. Oh, now was there a little nick? There was. Helm's got a wicket, and that's it. It's all done. 128 all out. The lead's 85. Middlesex 86 to win. An astonishing performance again with the ball. Helm deserving of a wicket today, no doubt. He's bowled his heart out again today. Tried his hardest. He's bowled beautifully in the match, but there's only one man that Middlesex can talk about right now, and that's that man, Tim Murtagh. Walks off with a 5th tenfer in first-class cricket and a 1,000th dismissal for Middlesex in all formats. There aren't too many more words we can find to describe Tim Murtagh.
No, it's been an excellent bowling display by Middlesex this morning. The first session, the first hour, didn't really get the rewards, and all of a sudden 3 wickets just before the interval set them off, and since the interval they've got rewards for all the toil, hard work they put in before the break, and leading that has been that man once again, Tim Murtagh, proudly holding the match ball, Pfeiffer, and I don't know whether everybody else, well, there's a standing ovation going on there, so I do think there are enough people around here realise this moment, special moment for Tim, and rightly leads the team off. Very proud man, wonderful career, and a great place to celebrate that moment. He'll be chuffed to bits, actually.
Well, he will.
Absolutely chuffed to bits.
I think everybody associated with Middlesex will. Yeah, at his age, you wonder every year, when's he going to pack in? Is he still going? How much more has he got? And well, he's shown again. It's his 15th wicket in 2 matches this season. Yeah,
I'd say we watched the first game, and I'd say it was a slow start, and you're thinking, well, even during, I say, the back end of my tenure as sort of MD of cricket, I think we always sort of sat there thinking that somewhere. So if you're looking at your employment of players as being there's a monetary side to it, and you think, well, somewhere you might get burnt slightly, i.e. that'll be it, but half a season for Middlesex paying Tim Murtagh for half a season's work that he's no longer capable of doing it because he's finished as a bowler is the least we can do. It's not even worth talking about, considering the impact and the commitment and everything that he's done for the club for the last 16, 17 years. And maybe we're all thinking that after the first game, you're employing him to sort of hit his strap straight up and sort of get the season going. And he was slow out the blocks in the Essex game, but he'd have been aware of the looks, the conversations, the little sort of mutterings that are going on around, people questioning whether he's up to it still or not. But I say, let's be honest, there's limited life in the old dog as a cricketer left. But the figures there, 6 for 42 and 4 for 40, show that he's still got what it takes to be very competitive and hopefully from Middlesex perspective a potential match winner when you get the right circumstances in front of him.
Well, that 6 for 42 was blurred as well by a couple of sixes at the end, as quite rightly and quite understandably Kent hit out and targeted short boundary. What was it, 6 for 25 I think at one point? They're astonishing figures. From Murtagh, just one more wicket and he had his best bowling in an innings.
We're just looking at the scoreboard there at the bottom, 0-0. So Kent 0 for 2, partnership of 87, and full credit to Leaning and Compton for the way that they battled. But lost their last 8 wickets there for 41 runs. So you say it and it sounds boring probably at times, and be patient, and these things will happen. If you keep bowling well, you get your rewards, and Middlesex have got that today. And Murtagh's been the one that's led it, not just with the 2 wickets there, the first 2 wickets for naught, but also took the vital wicket of Billings just before lunch, and the wickets immediately after lunch. So he's completed the session on a positive note and started the next session off. So again, that's what your leadership is, isn't it? It's making sure that you start well, and Murtagh set the tone. on a number of occasions during this innings.
You know, those that are above him on that list as well, just to put it into perspective, highest first-class dismissals, as I mentioned, well, he came into today 19 behind Tufnell. That was with 6 wickets in the match. He's taken 10, so he's 15 wickets behind Phil Tufnell now. The majority of those above him will be spinners now as well. Titmus is top of the list for Middlesex, but the vast majority of those, and again we whispered it off mic, you know, just a little while ago. What threw me was it only seems like yesterday when he went past yourself and Wayne Daniel, who are very close together, and you know, 2 of the highest regarded bowlers in the history of Middlesex as well. But he's just gone powering on, hasn't he, and up that number of wicket takers, which it's an extraordinary career. You know, for a guy who arrived with huge doubts over his career. I think he was 27 when he arrived at Middlesex.
The one thing it does do, though, is just make you aware of how ridiculous Fred Titmus was.
Well, yeah.
2,306. I mean, let's say Mertz, 828 first-class wickets for Middlesex now, but Titmus 2,361. Hearn J, 2,093, and then I suppose the most recent one in that list is John Embry with 1,250 runs. 1,250 wickets. He's number 5 on the list. Alan Moss, great Alan Moss, 1,088. Phil Edmonds, 883, and PCR Tufnell, 842. So, as you said, 15 to go past Tufnell. That'll be interesting. See whether he can get there.
Well, he'll certainly hope so. Full season ahead of him still. Just look a little bit further down. There we go. Wayne Daniel, 685, and Angus Fraser, 679. That's what really struck me this morning when I look back on it, because it does. You know, time plays tricks at times, doesn't it? It really doesn't seem that long ago that I remember, you know, him giving you jip. Just gone past you, haven't I, Gus?
I got him a nice bottle of red for that. And a bit further down, one of your co-commentators, MWW Selvey, 615. Norman Cowan's 532.
I mean,
John Price, 734.
Legendary names in the history of this county, a long history, and you know, there's only 2 really, well 3, including yourself, of course. What was your last year? 1999.
2002.
Oh, of course it was, yeah, 2002. Tough has played on until 2004, I think it may have been. Was it 2003?
2003. I think he started the 2004 season.
And then he got called up to the jungle.
Yeah. Famous phone call with Andrew Strauss, which I won't repeat.
But you know, in modern day cricket, you know, you look at some of the names there. That's an extraordinary return for a modern day cricket. It doesn't play as many games, of course, as games that played. You know, the number of games that were played before, the number of opportunities. And yes, you say, well, he's 42, but again, what did I say? It was his 16th season at Middlesex. 2007 when was his first. He was 26 when he joined Middlesex, and that was when really the first-class career began for Tim Murtagh.
Yeah, 17th season, but again, that's a lot. Fast bowler. I mean, again, we marvel at James Anderson and the way that he's managed to sort of keep himself going, performing at the highest level.
Well, one thing I always talk about when people talk about cutting him out of cricket that we play in this country is the late bloomers that you just won't get. The Alan Richardsons, the Gareth Bergs. Andrew Strauss was 27 by the time he made his England debut, wasn't he? But Tim Murtagh was 26, 27 before he, you know, when he arrived at Middlesex, he wasn't really seen as a first-class cricketer. He was seen as a white ball cricketer in his first season.
You tell me, I wasn't responsible for that signing.
I can't tell you. Well, I can, but I'll be in trouble with people.
John Embry, obviously.
Here we go.
Right, Middlesex's approach. How are you? Aggressive? Get over the line. Last thing you want to do is to lose a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, there's a match here to be won.
There is, and 86. We've seen the ball beat the bat a lot. And Middlesex 4-4. So I don't think anybody's taking anything for granted. There's some hard work in the next hour and a half required out there.
Well, no Middlesex batter in the top 6 has made it past 20 in this match. Only Sam Robson reached 20. Stoneman 10, Robson 20, Milan 3, Eskenazi 17, Holden 6, Simpson 12. By the time Simpson was gone in the first innings, 90 for 6. 86 to win, it's Robson on strike. Wes Agar to bowl. Oh, and it goes straight through him. 4 byes to start up, but that's exactly what Middlesex are up against. It's what Kent were up against this morning. Jags back down the slope. The bounce saves him. Not too dissimilar to that ball that Murtagh bowled. Slightly different pace, but it was the bounce over the top of middle stump. $82 more to win for Middlesex.
Off 947 balls.
Back up the slope. Swung once passing the bat, but you could see Robson was in no man's land, really. Caught in 2 minds with it.
Yeah, so while we're sat up here quite rightly celebrating the great achievement, one of Middlesex's finest ever cricketers, there'll be a few nervous batsmen out there now, chasing down 85. It seems a simple task on a lot of occasions, but as we've watched in this match, pitch is doing enough.
Oh wow, another one goes from Agar.
Pitch has got carry in it, so the edges are likely to carry to slip. And we were talking about Ethan Bamber sort of bowling Everson. I think he played a missed at 5 in an over. Robson's played a missed at 3 in a row here.
Needs to point. Bat on ball for Robson. He's still awaiting, really. Of course, he got to hit the winning runs against Nottinghamshire, but he was coming in at number 8 in that game. He's still awaiting first meaningful score of the summer. Agar beats Robson. Through it goes. I'm just going to call him Murtagh. He's good, but he's not that good. In all seriousness, this is a fine start from Agar. 4 on the board that could easily have been a wicket. Those 4 byes over the top of middle stump. Real test for Robson. It's the fellow Australian. And a dot ball to finish up. Good over from Agar first up. Real pressure. They're not going to make it easy for Middlesex. 82 more to win. 4 without loss, but that really could have been 0 for 1, but for an inch or so above middle stump. First ball of the innings for Robson was very similar to that against Essex in Middlesex's first innings of the season.
Probably gone about 6 inches over the top of the stumps. Agar, big tall man, so getting that extra bounce. Hogan, a tall bowler too, and he'll be looking to cause as many problems as he can. It'll be interesting to see Stoneman's attitude.
That's chipped in the air, short of mid-on, and Stoneman will get off the mark.
But he was very positive, Stoneman, when he went out to bat against Notts in that run chase that Middlesex completed on last Sunday. And again, he was looking to be positive in the first innings here. nicked one. 16 or 17, wasn't he, to slip juggling catch. But I think he sort of made his intentions clear at this moment in time, how he wants to try to get out of a bit of a dodgy period for him.
.76 in the first innings for Stoneman against Nottinghamshire, 43 in the second. That after Norton against their 6 and 3 and 24 at Northamptonshire. Well, for Robson, that first innings here was the first time he's reached 20 this summer. Norton 3, 4 and 12, 17 and 12 unbeaten, hitting the winning runs against Nottinghamshire, which was under an enormous amount of pressure at that point, because you roll back to the start of Robson's innings, Middlesex won by 4 wickets in the end, but as he walked out there, Nottinghamshire was still thinking about victory themselves. So, although only 12, that red inker was pretty important. Sunday. They're set for a Sunday off this week, Middlesex. They'll hope to do it with a victory, but Hogan and co will have different ideas. Second shot from Robson, but straight to mid-off. Cooling breeze, first day of the summer, we've perhaps been able to say that. 18 degrees out there at the moment. Quite nice to look up and see that with blue skies behind instead of the leaden skies we've been used to so far this summer. Top ball to finish. Just the one off it. Stoneman. That single. 5 without loss it is. There's the balcony, Max Holden. Ryan Higgins, who's been an absolute star with the bat for Middlesex. Luke Holman's played his part. In fact, a crucial first innings partnership between those two, wasn't there?
It's amazing how close that cameraman gets to the dressing room. It's like sitting next to Max there on the seat. He's only about 5 yards away, isn't he? Looking at the balcony. Three slips in a gully. Agar's around the wicket here to Stoneman. 6-3 fields. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Whips away down the slope. He's a strong bowler, Agar. I didn't really sort of watch that much of him in the first innings. I was watching that closely, but obviously you can see just by his build, he's a big, strong man. Sort of tell he's an Aussie bowler, thumping it hard into the pitch. Australian bowlers largely not, well, using a different skill set slightly to English bowlers. Australia, you haven't got sort of swing movement, use a kookaburra ball, which actually England will be using in this country, I think during July, isn't it? There's a period there where kookaburra balls are going to be used, and kookaburra balls have got a lot, or the seam is far less pronounced than an English ball, so therefore it won't help you swing or seam the ball as much as an English bowler could. So an English bowler tends to pick the ball a bit up, pitch the ball up a bit fuller, looking for that swing and seam movement, whereas an Australian bowler is aggressive, hit the pitch hard, looking for inconsistent bounce is the way that they look to take their wickets.
Left alone by Stoneman. Now, a little noise. It wasn't bat or glove.
You could almost tell, I think that sort of caught in his jumper as it went through, the way the ball seemed to slow up, didn't it, after it reached Stoneman. Yeah, it was just sort of hit that left hand just over his left hip there. Caught the jumper, slowed down and almost sort of lobbed into the hands of Billings behind the stumps.
Pulled away, only as far as square leg. Oh! It's the stumps, but backed up. On to come of the over, one more to the total. Only 2 runs off the bat so far. Both to that man Stoneman. The other 4. Very close to seeing the end of the man on strike, Robson, from Wes Agar. Into the third, 6 without loss. 80 more required by Middlesex. Then a week off for Middlesex before a trip to the Oval, Somerset here. The week after in the County Championship before the start of T20 season. Week off for Kent next week as well. Week off for Kent as well, before the arrival of Hampshire at Canterbury on the 11th of May. Hampshire, who suffered defeat against Surrey recently, but very much with their eyes on the top of the table once more. Pitching outside the line of leg. Went up behind the stumps, but nothing from Hogan. It's Hampshire at Canterbury next for Kent in a fortnight, and then a trip back to London, to the Oval, to face Surrey, before they entertain Gloucestershire at the start of the Blast. Surrey first up for Middlesex. Shape through the air on that one from Hogan. Stoneman looking to drive into the offside. Decent little crowd in today. The Allen stand to the left of the pavilion there. The Middlesex room behind the glass. Looks quite packed in there. The pavilion looking pretty busy. The Warner stand has its regulars. Way to the right. Bottom tier of the tavern, but the just below us, below the camera. In fact, where the camera is sat, the Edrich stand is particularly busy today in the Mount.
People enjoying the sun, which is time of the day, which is now, where you're in the sun for the rest of the day. Your sun is on, but Feel a bit of warmth in your bones for one of the first days this year.
End of the over, 4 bowled, 6 without loss. Yeah, that was the lower tier of the Edrich.
And there we go in the upper tier of the Edrich. Wonderful view up there. Don't really spend much time at the top of these stands. A couple of times I've been up there, you get stunning views down the ground, you're quite high.
Oh, that was lovely, wasn't it? Great shot. Well done, Greg. Yeah, I went up there this morning actually. I haven't been up to the top. I made it to the middle tier of the Edrich this morning. Yeah, it's a stunning view. This is brilliant from Agar, isn't it? Just the 1 run conceded so far, those 4 byes first ball.
Well, both Kent's opening bowlers have been very disciplined and good with the lines and lengths. It'd be easy to come in and think, well, we've only got 80 odd runs to defend. But I think they know that you get a couple of wickets early on, you never know what might happen here. So far they're asking the right questions of Middlesex's opening pair.
Not out's the call. Have a look at the replay. It's jagging back it. Just had the earpiece in. Again, it sounded as though there were 2 noises. Go down as well.
Shy of an appeal. Kent, but why not? Allowed to ask the question.
Keeps picking out the fielder, Sam Robson. Seen a couple of drives, a couple of clips. I'm sure he'd love to be there to hit the winning runs again. 2nd game in a row. Take that into the match at the Oval in a fortnight. Should be quite a tasty encounter if Middlesex can come out the right side of this one. And he's off the mark. Single down to long leg. 7 without loss. Good from Stoneman. Wide mid off in place, giving chase up towards the Allen stand. And they've run 3. 10 without loss, Middlesex. 5 overs done and out to tea on day 3. 3-day finish in prospect. And which way will it go? Well, Kent suffered quite the collapse. Club captain Toby Rowland-Jones on the right, the coach Richard Johnson on the left. Two players incredibly unlucky with injury when it came to international honours. Clipped hard, but well positioned. Agar down it, deep backward square. Have a bit to think about for the Oval now. Johnson and Rowland-Jones. Murtagh with the 10-fer. 2 weeks off. Back on his old stomping ground. He won't be looking to be rotated out easily, but Bamber's bowled well. Roland Jones will be gunning to get back into this side. One-handed drive from Robson in the end, but in control. Good selection problems to have for Johnson and Roland Jones. Any potential selection problems with the bat were averted by the victory against Nottinghamshire, it suggests. That chase brought some welcome runs. Oldham with a fine 53. In the chase, Milan 61, Stoneman 43. Thompson's been a little unlucky with a couple of LBW shouts this summer so far. For sure be well, a good number of batters for Middlesex wanting to get their chance at some point, push for a place. Carey's, Davis, Cracknell, White, Anderson, who played the last game as a bowler, really, was batting down at 8. In fact, he came in at 9 below Holman. Crunched away and he gets it through this time. Third or fourth attempt from from Robson. Hit cover drive. His first boundary of the innings. 15 without loss. Three slips in a gully behind. Hogan looking for an error. Not finding one. Lovely from Hogan, hanging it out there again just outside the off stump. 6 bowled, 15 without loss. Amazing what a difference a week can make. Day 3 of that Nottinghamshire game last week. Middlesex were under the cosh from the visitors. A couple of sessions lost to rain on the final day. Nottinghamshire pull out with a lead of 248, and Stoneman giving Middlesex the perfect start. Wonderful 43 that he put on for the first wicket with Stephen Eskenazi, who was promoted up. Only scored 11 Eskenazi, but he and Stoneman had really set the tempo. Oh. Agar set the tempo here for Kent. Really working these two over at the moment. Hogan still mid-70s, pushes it up there to the high 70s still. Agar, who's operating consistently over 80 miles an hour here from the pavilion end. A week on from last Saturday when Middlesex were up against it, against Mulaney's Nottinghamshire. That man led the way, set them on the path to a victory in an extraordinary chase, 249 in 40 overs. This chase is tricky for another reason. Agar and Hogan are bowling well on a seamer's surface here at Lord's. Middlesex do find another 71 runs and make it 2 from 2, then 4 games played, the season just sits a little better for the hosts here at Lord's as they head into a break for a week or so. Only game between this pair this season as well. There's no return game at Canterbury for Kent to try and get their own back if they are on the wrong end of this one. It's good again from Murtagh. Much Sloman can do about that.
Kent may be a local county, I suppose considered to be a local county down in the southeast, but it's probably the worst journey you have as a cricketer. Certainly from West London, where most of the Middlesex players live.
All the way round.
Yeah, going around the M25, south or north, it's never a pleasant journey. You'd much rather go to Bristol or Cardiff or Birmingham or the Midlands, so Leicester Northants. And that M2 is always, although you can get lower, a bit lower, can't M20 or something. M20 come off the M25.
Yep.
Number of times you've been stuck on there. In my career once, actually, when I was young, one of our first second 11 games at Canterbury, was with local Neil Sargent, who was a little wicket keeper. That's it, a wicket keeper. Played for Middlesex boy, played for Surrey for a few years.
You over 15 with that loss?
And we just sort of said you've turn left or go off after the M25. That was in our minds. It was one of the first times we'd sort of gone round that area to play cricket. But of course we went south, went over the M25, went over, first left after over the Dartford Bridge, which we went over going from the south area. I think, where are we going here? We'd gone over the bridge, we had to turn around and come back, so we had to double up on the toll. And we were late, so we've probably got a rollicking from Don Bennett, the Middlesex coach, for being a dozy couple of so-and-sos. Change of bowling. Hogan not bowled badly, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6, but replaced by Stewart. He's been in the wars a bit when in Middlesex's, certainly the end of Middlesex's innings, wouldn't he? Looked like he fell on the floor, seemed like his back was giving him a bit of jip, and then the catch didn't quite reach him at mid-on and went off with a hurt finger.
Second drive, stops again in the covers. So a quick look at the Sunrisers game when this game does come to an end here, and well indeed at tea time even. Tune across to the Sunrisers match against the Blaze at Chelmsford, a live stream of that one. Sunrisers had a fine start. .66 put on by Scrivens and Griffith. 43 for Griffith, 39 Scrivens. But after that, only Hawley made it to 27 actually. Maqsood at the end made 14, so a little bit of a bailout for the last wicket pair, adding 20. 159 all outs. Blaze lost Kelly, Boyce and Bryce, all for ducks. And then Sarah Bryce joined Catherine Bryce not long after for 4. That was 22 for 4 in the 7th. Glenn and Beaumont getting it together for a bit, 94 for 5, but Glenn's just gone for 30. Caught Gardner off the bowling of Castle. Beaumont's still there on 54. De Klerk with her now. Blaze are 101 for 5 in the, after 20, requiring 59 more, so 3 wickets for Kate Kopak with 3 for 24. Gray has 1 for 20. Inside edge. Mid wicket runs up. Short leg would have been interested. Maqsood bowling in that one. Got a 5 for in the opening victory for the Sunrisers. got big on Robson. Played it well, up on his toes, end of the 8th, 15 without loss.
Just looking at the crowd on the previous image before that last delivery was bowled, and always a lot of talk about timing of fixtures, isn't there? First class games, 4-day games, when should they start, and weekend cricket and things like that. But you'll probably feel that Thursday to Sunday is the best way around it, isn't it? So people make a commitment Thursday, Friday, maybe have a day off, but Saturday the game's taken shape, hasn't it? And I think a lot of people are coming down here today thinking, well, this could be the last day of the match, which is going to be one way or the other. And you get 4 or 5 hours decent entertainment.
Cricket in the summer. Cricket in the sun. A lovely prospect. Just quickly rattling through the rest of those Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy matches. Northern Diamonds 161 all out. Central Sparks are 104 for 2 in the 25th. Southern Vipers 287 for 6. South East Stars, which Kent are a stakeholder, 55 for 4 in reply. And Thunder 212 all out. Western Storm 87 for 2. Division 1, the County Championship. Warwickshire in trouble. They're 93 for 7 against Surrey. Roach and Worrell at it again. Roach picked up 3 for in the first innings, Worrell 4. Roach has got 4 in the second. Worrell's got 2 so far. And in fact, it was deep trouble at 39 for 6. 69 for 7, 94 for 7. Barnard has 29 and Hassan 12, holding them at bay. Oof, hit somewhere around the hip, deflects away back at a point. Warwickshire trailing Surrey by 37 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Surrey well on the way. Division 2, Durham won by an innings and 7 runs, skittling Derbyshire 280 following on today. 5 for Potts, 3 for Rain, 1 for Cass. Not a bad bowling lineup. Lift again from Agar. He conceded 5 runs in his 5th over so far. Gloucestershire 66 for 1, only just into their first innings. Sussex declaring 455 for 5. Pajara 151. For his caught Van Buren off the bowling of De Lange. More runs. Chase up to the pavilion gate. And they'll take 3. Quinn-Fields, Stoneman on to 9. Middlesex 18 without loss.
I say it's proper cricket, this, isn't it? Agar, international bowler, running in hard, pitch giving him some assistance. 2 international batters out there having to work really hard, so it's a contest. Stoneman is requiring all his nous and skill to keep him out, as is Robson too.
End of the 9th, 18 without loss. Last one, Selly of Leicestershire, 407 all out. Glamorgan in their first innings, 338 for 7, trailing by 69. 95 for Hanscom, top scoring for Leicestershire.
Started well, didn't he? Got 100 in first game. Top man.
I'm worried about it for Wisden in the piece this year, that he didn't get the runs he wanted at Middlesex, but the regard that he left with in the dressing room was huge, and galvanising that dressing room and putting them in a good path. I mean, certainly in the field, he saw his fielding was incredible, and the way that he led in the field.
He's a proper captain, he is. A really good captain. Very clear. And again, the sad thing is he didn't score anywhere near enough runs for Middlesex, but some of the criticism of him was a bit harsh, considering he's scored thousands of runs in Australia and has played for Australia. Australia don't hand baggy greens out to someone who's not particularly good. But no, he's a really good man. Just a shame as well. I mean, well, it was good for him. I mean, the fact that he became a father whilst at Middlesex, but it meant that he...
Single there for Stamen. Goes into double figures.
Oh,
and a slip. He'll take 2. Moves to 11. It's only without loss.
But returning back to Australia for the birth of his first child meant that he curtailed his spell with Middlesex. So just a career that never really got going here, was it, for one reason or another? COVID, Australia, birth of a child. Also being captain of Victoria and the commitments that you've got there to get back early.
Scoop that along the floor to mid-off. Cloud cover. Oh, it's the first time today at Lord's. The sun has disappeared behind a cloud. Well, here's one for you. Andrew Sampson. Good to hear from you as ever. Murtagh is the oldest seamer to take 10 wickets in a first-class match at Lord's since Sid Pegler, the South African Test cricketer. Driven back. Really good stop there by Stewart. Yeah.
I wish I could say I remember old Sid. I don't.
10, are you sure? 10 for 76 for the MCC against Wales in 1930. Aged 42 and 25 days.
Was that a first-class match?
Well, according to Andrew Sampson. MCC versus Wales. Paul Sterling played in that match here last year, actually. MCC versus Wales, played for the MCC. Sure it held list A status, that one. In fact, I'm pretty sure it didn't, but I just wanted to warm up. There wasn't much cricket around for him at the start of last summer. Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon to you. Oh, Stoneman goes inside out with that. Beltrami gives chase. They'll take 2. End of the 10th. 22 without loss. 66 to win.
Yeah, Stewart pitching the ball up, trying to get it to swing. Stoneman's had a few drives, hit the fielders. A couple of good bits of fielding, and he's followed through actually by Stewart as well to deprive a potential boundary. But again, making his intentions quite clear that he's looking to be positive. Certainly at Stewart, it's been survival more from Agar's end, but his excellent spell, a spell that I've got to say deserved at least a wicket or 2. No missed chances, but plenty of playing and missing, plenty of problems he was causing the batters. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. He's been replaced by Quinn.
You just said this is proper cricket out here, and absolutely it is. It actually puts a little bit into perspective what Murtagh did with those wickets, that collapse that he forced, because again, chasing 120 here would have been, as you can see from this, it pressures off ever so slightly chasing 86, isn't it? But you had 30, 40, 50 more runs to that. I say that lightly. I mean, how many times out of 100 are you going to chase 86 to win the match here?
No, you just always make big statements though, don't you? I just sit there shaking my head thinking, I thought you'd have watched enough cricket by now, not to sort of just put everything on black.
I was trying to praise Murtagh. Those runs, you really wouldn't want to be. I mean, look, 86 isn't easy to be chasing. You can see what these guys are doing, but even 40 more runs. Nice shot, 26 without loss. This is testing enough as it is. So it just puts a little bit into perspective of just how good a temper that was for Murtagh, how good a 6-wicket haul, how crucial it was for the match. Must bear in mind that last 8 wickets fell for 41, did we say? In the Kent second innings. Before I get a clip round the ear from Gus. Edged through, didn't quite carry. Nearly got his glove under it. Didn't quite make it for 4 either, they've run 3. We'll have a look again. Robson's on to 12. 29 without loss. 57 more to win.
Sharp chance. It would have been a good catch if it did carry. Low to his right. Touch and go, touch and go.
Almost yorked him, didn't it?
Okay. In a test match, you'd have wanted that reviewed. Had it gone into Billings' gloves, I'm sure he'd have claimed it. Fair enough. You'd probably look at his eyes. He's not going to be in a position there to know whether he's caught it or not. But a half chance there for Robson. We're thinking he deserves a bit of luck. Billings sorting his gloves out.
.29 without loss, end of the 11th. Look at that Robson edge. Yeah, it's a funny one, wasn't it? It just yorked him. He didn't quite have the glove down. If the glove was down, then possibly it would have carried. Got underneath him. 29 without loss after 11. And Billings, actually, that wicket just before lunch was massive, wasn't it? He took, what, 3 for 59 in the morning, then well rewarded. And the plot point that I clearly clumsily just made, another 40 runs. You wouldn't much fancy chasing 126. Another 40 runs on that, on what is at the moment already, you know, as you've described it, this is proper cricket out there at the moment.
It's a double change, so Agar back on this time the pavilion end. So change of aim, change of luck, that's what they'll be hoping for. Kent. Well, I'm sort of sat here thinking, should I say? And obviously, I mean, a commentator's job is to talk. I mean, without you talking, it's, well, you're not doing a job, are you? Sometimes you have to say so much.
I thought that's why you got me moved from radio to TV. Less is more. Still too much, he says. Do you know, I was going to ask you earlier, actually. I can't remember what we touched on at that point, but how much easier it is for you watching, is it for you now watching, compared to when it was managing director of cricket? Because you came up and, you know, quite kindly at that point, joined me on the mic on radio over the years, when in position as managing director of cricket. You're able to sit back ever so slightly more, but how much more now?
Yeah, quite a bit more, actually. I mean, you live every ball when you're there, and it's, I mean, one, you're responsible for it, and I suppose you've got to stand up and explain when it's not going according to plan. You also know how hard and how much the people in the dressing room and the staff that are working for you care, and how desperate they are to do well, and also how difficult the job is. I mean, yes, you're lucky as a professional sportsman to be doing something that millions of young boys and girls would love to do. But they work hard, they care, and again, some of the things that you read and hear, comments that are made from a long way away, they're just so harsh and inaccurate, and therefore you desperately feel for them when it doesn't work out, and yeah, you do feel responsible. Now you can take a step back. Yeah, of course you want to win, because you know they still care as much now as they did when you were doing the job 3 or 4 years ago. But it's the fact that I suppose you miss obviously the absolute joy. We say it's joy, is it relief when you win a game? You sort of think, well, thank goodness for that. It means that people can't get on your case for a week or so. But you don't miss the fact that you're sort of sitting there with like you've had your inners ripped out, which is how you feel when you lose a game, because it is difficult. You listen to sort of football managers, any sort of manager, talk about sort of a defeat, and I think as a coach, you were saying the other day, actually, the players, I think, move on emotionally a lot quicker than the support staff and coaches. And I certainly did as a player as well. I remember a few times being sat on that balcony having played a test match here where England have had their backsides kicked, and whilst you're in that low period for a while, you then realise you've got another game in 5, 6 days, however many days time it is, and your focus goes to that, and especially if personally you've done all right, so you walk off. Well, not you sort of that's what you put ahead of everything else, but you lose a game, but you walk away from the game with 5 for 110 or whatever in match figures or something like that, then you feel at least you're doing something, you're contributing, and you can take that into the next game and emotionally move on. But as a coach, you're looking for the reasons why, looking around the group, who's reacting in a certain way. Oh, is it straight there?
Gone. Mid-off. Takes the catch. Compton. Snowman looking to force a little. 29 for 1 as he goes for 13. Giving it a good start here, but looking to push things on because Kent are piling pressure on with the ball.
Yeah, Stoneman went for a big shot in the previous over. From the nursery end, not the Agar over, but before that. Didn't quite get it, lobbed over the infield for 2, but on this occasion, again, he's not really hit that particularly hard. Timed it, but a simple catch there to Compton. He'll be disappointed because I'm sure he would have liked to have been there at the end. Whack of the ground. Middlesex 29 for 1.
This is what you were saying, this is serious cricket out there at the moment, and Quinn's backed it up well, hasn't he? He's come on, replace him. Agar and Hogan gave it a great start, didn't they, Stewart? And here's Balan, and the reason why they won't have given up is because I know the pressure that the Middlesex top order have found themselves under. Milan with that brilliant 61 to see Middlesex on their way to victory against Nottinghamshire, but 3 in the first innings here, 26 in the first innings against Nottinghamshire. Norton 4 in the first game of the season, and Essex here against Essex, and 2 against Northamptonshire. But it's proper cricket, it's serious cricket out there at the moment. Essex 57 runs to play with. Still, they haven't given up, and rightly so. Go back one more time to my clumsy way of putting how important Murtagh's wickets were. Because the pressure's on, even with a modest enough target, double figures, but 57 more to get. And I think quite rightly we all got wrapped up in the moment, and because Murtagh deserved it, it warranted that we all got wrapped up in the moment for Murtagh, but had he not have rattled through as he did, and Kent, even if they'd got as far as T, this would have been a really, still maybe, really tough chase. across Milan. Those 2 innings at Wantage Road. This is his 8th innings of the season. Sorry, 6th innings of the season here at Lord's. And it has been a test. And you've seen him battling with that slope on the off stump. The bowling's been from the pavilion end. So the top scorer in the Nottinghamshire Chase, Milan. Man who hit the winning runs, Robson. We'd love to do that again here. 57 more required. There are 25 minutes to tea on day 3, which feel a bit of a long 25 minutes at the moment. Appeal for pad first on the forward defence. He was a long, long way across Milan. Have a look again. Outside the line of off. Fair shout that it probably just clipped the pad first. 29 for 1. Agar to continue. So Stoneman was caught. Compton bowled Quinn for 13. Oh, it's lovely from Agar. Goodness me. Angling back towards that off stump. Beats the outside edge. Wicket as well for Sunrisers in the game at Chelmsford. So look at how the South East Stars are doing as well in a moment. But 160 is the target for the Blaze to win. They're 1-2-2 for 7. De Klerk still there on 9. Beaumont's gone for 64. Gardner's just picked up the latest to go. Higgins gone for 3, LBW to Gardner. Sunrisers make it 2 from 2 to start the season. South East Stars up against it. .78 for 5 in the 20th, chasing 288 against the Southern Vipers at Beckenham. Schofield 25. Farrant with 3. Top scorer of 20 from Chatley so far. Capsy 18. Bell's picked up 4 for 29 for the Vipers, who had a top score of 67 from McCorm. Just a single back at a point. Robson's 13, Milan on strike for the first time against West Agar. And those other games, Western Storm need 97 to win from 25 overs. They're 118 for 2. Entertaining Thunder. And Central Sparks need 32 to win. They're 130 for 2 after 33. Entertaining Northern Diamonds. Warwickshire Struggling to hang in there now against Surrey in the match at Edgbaston. Drifting down, I think. He's back, but not a long way across. Milan on that one. Let's come the over. Now, the other Division 1 match, Warwickshire are 107 for 8, trailing Surrey by 24 runs. Ed Barnard with 39. Warwickshire's number 5. But Kemar Roach with 5 to go with his 4-3, I think, from the first innings. Yes, and Worrell got 4 in the first innings. He's now got 2 in the second. Leg side again. Probably a better appeal, that one, but both not out. End of the 14th, 30 for 1. Durham beat Derbyshire by an innings and 7 runs. And Gloucestershire 92 for 1, reply to Sussex's 455 for 5 declared. Glamorgan 357 for 7, replying to Leicestershire's 407. Some heavily rain affected games around the country, as this one was day 1. Nearly a full day yesterday, the 104 overs, just lost a few at the end for bad light. 48 remain of day 3. 56 required for victory for Middlesex, 30 for 1. Leg side, it's a cry catch from somewhere, but fine of Stewart at deep backward square leg, 34 for 1.
So Robertson's strong play off his legs. Waiting patiently for a bad ball from this Kent attack, which has not served up many at all. Making Middlesex work hard as Middlesex bowlers made Kent batsmen work hard.
Punched away for a single. Robson's on to 18, 35 for 1. Milan clipping into the grandstand to get off the mark with a 6. His 8th ball. 41 for 1. We've seen that a couple of times in this match, that shorter boundary targeted with the slope. Less so by a top order, but much like Stoneman, keen to get on with it, be positive. There's a search for Hogan under the scorer's box.
That's top. We'll stay up there. I'll get a cap. He's done well to get in there. How did he get up there?
He must have gone up that staircase. Oh, he climbed. Look, hold on. Here we go. I've just looked back. I've just scrubbed back on the stream. Can we get a replay of that? Climbing over the.
I don't think you could get into the mound or into there from the mound stand, but obviously, well.
Has he climbed across? Here, look, it's on the stream. I've just scrubbed back. Has he climbed up that back bit there? Watch him. He has. He's scaled up the side of it.
It's actually a brilliant place to watch that. There's really good seats there. There's about 20 or 30 seats in a little area. They're not one of the corporate boxes in the tavern stand, but it's a really nice view. You're close to the action.
He's only just back now. It's taken him longer to get back down than it did to get up there. That's a nice shot from Lamb. 6 followed by a 4, 45 for 1. 41 to win.
Yeah, 2 shots there. Been scratching around Peter Milan, some good bowling, a few LBW appeals, and he's thought, well, let's go out there and take the game to the opposition. Wonderful 6, followed up with a gorgeous drive through extra cover.
Still looking back on the stream, I think he had to find his way, but having climbed up to get up there from another stand, clambered up, he then had to find the proper way down, which was the staircase out the back.
He'll probably get a rollicking off the stewards for not sort of entering the stands through the proper entrance.
Be evicted from the ground, ejected from the ground.
Yeah, Milan's actions there. We saw John Simpson standing up to the stumps for quite a lot of the Kent innings, certainly against when Murtagh was bowling, but when Bamber was bowling too, and Higgins. But Milan coming down the pitch, hoisting a 6 into the tavern, and driving 1 through the offsiders. Produced the same result. We're hoping that keep Milan at the crease and bring LBW into the equation.
Single turn the over, 46 for 1. Milan on to 11. Robson 18. So it's quite a nice spot up there, Gus. What is your favourite part of being up there? Is it that it is quite difficult for people to get to? You can sit alone.
Yeah, you can go sit on your own there. No one comes and asks you stupid questions, makes brash comments, and then come back to haunt them. I remember Saji being in there. There used to be sort of block of tickets that Middlesex used to buy off the MCC, sort of clock tower, and being sat in there when Sam Robson made his Test debut against Sri Lanka at Lords with the Robson family. So there was sort of like a nice crowd of people in there watching the cricket, listening to Sam Robson's father, who is an absolute beauty, an absolute ripper.
Does he make Robson look reserved?
Just a character. I mean, cricket mad family, the Robsons. I mean, Angus, his brother, he played for Leicestershire and I think a bit for Sussex. And Sam's father used to run, he may still run the indoor cricket school at the SCG, so which he's done for a number of years. And his dad's nickname's Jungle, which I think probably says it all, doesn't it? So, but when you're probably in your 60s and you're still called Jungle, it sort of gives you an indication. But just great sort of storyteller. He was one of those people, whenever he speaks, you're just there listening. What's he going to say now? And it's just the way he presents. And I mean, a bit like Sam. Sam's really great to listen to when he's explaining something. He's got a lovely manner about the way that he talks and describes situations. And his father, Jungle. You call Sam, hello, Jungle, when you meet one of your employees' fathers.
What's Sam's nickname?
Sam? Robbo?
Use the feet from a lamb. Middlesex keen to be positive on the front foot here. 86 the target, 46 for 1, 16 bowls and 10 minutes to tea on day 3. Maiden over from Stewart. None for 4 from 3 with 2 maidens. It's not bad, is it? Keeping the pressure on. Quinn was thumped into the grandstand for a 6. He's the man that's taken the wicket. Stoneman for 13. Caught Compton at mid-off. But he's done for now. Hogan none for 6 from 3 and a change up to the pavilion end. Agar none for 9 from 7.
An Antipodean attack, isn't it, Kentaga? 3 Aussies and a Kiwi.
And Gilchrist in reserve. But no relation.
He's a good bowler, Gilchrist. Is he injured at the moment? Should probably know. Good young bowler.
He had Conor McCurr on loan for 2 matches from Surrey.
Favoured shot by Sam Robson. The cut didn't quite get hold of it. A bit of an edge. Despairing dive by 3rd slip, and it's run away for 4 runs. So 4 welcome runs for Middlesex as they chase down this total. Perhaps they need a full slip in. And it brings the 50 up. 50 for 1. The 17th over.
Single ball, ends the 17th, 51 for 1. .35 to win, and we've got just over 5 minutes to see. I remember a game down at Hove a few years back. Darvin Milan was batting well, and Middlesex were on the verge of victory. Lunch on the final day. Middlesex needed something like 4 to win. Clock ticked over to 4 o'clock, and off we all went for lunch for 40 minutes and came back out. Next ball, 4 runs, 1. Off everybody went. It
seems an obvious thing to do is to stay out there, but then I suppose you throw other match situations, couldn't you? Sort of sides 9 down, it's tea, there's some bad weather around. Do you keep delaying or not? You probably can't do that, so there's a reason why it's a line in the sand moment where you've got to go off. Otherwise, the umpires suddenly become involved in decision making that could be deemed to be favouring one side more than another.
And it's never to be forgotten what a large part of the game the draw is. Salvaging a draw, saving the game. Couple more. 33 to win. 53 for one. Robson on to 25. There was, it's talked about at the start of the season actually. Coleman was up here, and that reduction to 5 points for a draw this season rather than 8. The draw is such a big and welcome part of cricket. We all enjoy the fact that one side's desperately looking to win. The umpires are coming together actually. Have a look at the ball. Take a little lump out of it. Change the ball. This might take us up to tee by the time this is sorted out. Yep. New ball, please. 4 minutes to tee. Might as well just keep going. Have tea now.
Rob Bailey. Russ Abbott. What's it called him?
I've never heard that before. Brilliant.
I used to call him when toured with him for England. West Indies in 1990. Nice fella.
Russ Abbott.
Don't know Ross Abbott. No.
He seems like a nice fella.
Yeah. Bailey's a lovely fella.
Yeah, there's much talked about the reduction to 5 points for the draw this summer to encourage a more positive cricket, but you wonder if it was 8 points for the draw, would Mulaney have declared in that last match and thought, well, 16 points or 5, 16 points or 8? Would Nottinghamshire have settled on that draw last week and we wouldn't have had that wonderful, wonderful finale?
Possibly. I mean, the changes that have been made, I think, have been for allowing the ECB to try to promote counties into playing the sort of cricket that Ben Stokes and McCullum want the side to play. A more aggressive brand, and that's the reason why you get your first bonus point now at 250 rather than 200. So they're encouraging teams to be more positive in their outlook. But I also think when you get in a game, you just do what you can to win it.
How'd you enjoy working with McCullum that year? He was in as a T20 player, wasn't he? Played a couple of List A games as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't have changed much at all since to the person you see here. Really nice fella, nice family. Just that air of positivity, invincibility about him. Want you to go out there and have some fun, and enjoys himself around his cricket. Not sure I have a drink here or there.
Nice drive by Robson. He's on to 29. Welcome runs for Robson East. 20 in the first innings. First time he reached 20 this season. 29 now in the second.
And again, you've got to applaud the way that, just look at the replay of the Sam Robson drive, but applaud the impact that he's had. I say, obviously wanted to bring that into Middlesex and went out there and played the style of cricket that he's looking for his England side to play now. So there's absolute consistency in the way that he wants to go about his business. It's an approach that some of the Middlesex players struggled. I say struggled. I suppose to commit to it like that. I mean, because if you've got the skill set or you've got the ability to, and you know that you can go out there and bat in such a destructive manner, then you go in and do it with a certain amount of confidence. But as a young player, finding your way to suddenly go out there and play with no fear, freedom, and all these sort of words that are used, it's a bit tougher.
Shorten cut, only as far as point, end of the over. 57 for one. I can't remember if I put it to you actually, but it was a point that you made to me when Owen Morgan, and I came back to it at the start of this summer, when Owen Morgan started going out there to want England to hit 400 in ODIs. I remember saying to you, is this the way that list A cricket's going to be replicated at domestic level now, at county level? Sides will go out in list A and go out, go big or go home. And you said, well, there's a difference because the pitch is different at that level. You're generally going to be playing on better pitches. You're going to have a better quality of player to go out and play that particular style, whereas at county level you've got your county squad and perhaps they're not all there to be able to go and play that style. So there's a significant difference in the two levels.
Well, an England side is a cherry pick to the best of the best, isn't it?
So the same for Bazball at county level, isn't it?
Sorry?
The same for Bazball at county level, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I suppose you've got the best of the best in the county, but from England you're picking the ones that can go out and play that game. And unfortunately, no matter how hard some players try, they can't perform it. They can't produce what's being looked for. That doesn't mean they can't do a good job for your club winning games of cricket. I mean, like Tim Murtagh, he can't go out there and bowl at 85 miles an hour. He never could, but he's got 1,000 wickets.
Ben Compton averages 57. As Mike Selvey said the other day, he'll never play for England, but he averages 57. He's walked away from a low-scoring match with an aggregate of 90 runs here and batted for, what did I say, 240 minutes in the first innings and 218 minutes in the second. Oh, right up there, gets through. Four leg buys. But yeah, that's the point, isn't it? Look, Ben Compton's doing a brilliant job for Kent, but England are picking a specific style of player to go and play at that level because they've got that level of player to cherry pick from. County players can't naturally go out and play that because the same cherry picking can't be done by the counties.
Well, I mean, Dominic Sibley did that, didn't he? And he went in there and sort of, I think everybody realised you needed to be a bit more dominant than you were. Survival is obviously important, but if you're not scoring, putting the bowlers under any pressure and people are getting out around you, then you're not getting your side to. You might be looking quite good yourself, and I'm not for one moment sort of saying Ben Compton is selfish or anything like that, but I'm just sort of saying within a group, it's about winning the game. It's about getting a score on the board, and how do you do it amongst the batters that you've got? And yes, it's nice to have that resource, someone who's going to be sort of sticking in there and battling through and scoring ugly runs, but it's only useful if you're getting through 50 on the board, isn't it? Plus, I mean, it's a bit like sort of the Owen Morgan. I mean, everybody's sort of watching the England white ball sides play. Oh, they've been bowled out in 47 overs. Disgrace. Got to bat your overs out. But 291 all out in 47 overs is better than 290 for 4 in 50 overs, because you've got one more run. And that's the challenge. It's getting the runs on the board, winning games. Middlesex have taken a huge stride towards winning this game in the last hour. 61 for 1 off 19 overs. Kent have bowled well, made life difficult for the Middlesex batters. The person leading Middlesex off, looking at Peter Milan there, but the person leading Middlesex off at the moment is Sam Robson. Had a difficult start to this 2023 season, but he'll have enjoyed and valued the 58 balls that he's faced today. We'll be hoping that he can obviously bat for another 20-25 minutes, or however long it takes after this tea interval, to take Middlesex to victory, and in his own mind to get his season up and running. Obviously he'll be chuffed to bits if he can play the role in winning the game of cricket for Middlesex, but equally to get his season moving in the right direction.
Piece of cake. time for a piece of cake, I mean. Join us back after tea. 6-2-1 Fulham. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords for the denouement, we would assume, the final session of this match. 86, the target for Middlesex. 61 for 1, 19 overs gone. Robson 29. Started off with a real strong heartbeat, you'd imagine. That first ball from Agar that flew over the top of middle stump, nipping back down the slope. Milan's had a few moments like that as well. 61 set Middlesex on their way in the last match against Nottinghamshire to victory. Robson 29 hit the winning runs in the last game. I'm sure that will delight him if he was able to do that. 2 weeks in the bounce. A day all about Tim Murtagh though. An astonishing 6-wicket haul, a 10-for in the match, and in doing so bringing up 1,000 wickets for Middlesex in all formats. Much needed, because this has been a tough working over in these 19 overs. Milan is 11 from 22. Robson's just got through a couple of boundaries before the tea interval to push the cause along for Middlesex, but it was made tricky as per the Stoneman dismissal when he chipped on up to Compton at mid-off off Quim, just trying to push the scoreboard on, because Keynes have bowled pretty well here. Starts up with a leg stump half volley though. Quim, and Robson's into the 30s for the first time this summer. 33 for Robson, 65 for 1, 17 to Wim, and bit of a loosener for Quinn just after tea.
That's the way to do it.
Leg side again. 65 for 1 it is. Didn't even make it down for a cup of tea, did you? You're working in the interval.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
A proper job.
Well, yeah, no, I don't know that. I do a little blog for the Middlesex County Cricket League website on my very boring umpiring. Well, so boring, but on my umpiring experience during the winter, going through the process, stage 1, stage 2, and how you found it. So I just thought I'd do something for them to put up and get the people who look there, just give them something to fall asleep reading in the evening.
You'll have to write a bit about Murtagh soon enough. 1,000 wickets, there'll be some publication somewhere in Middlesex. I've got the annual review in front of me, the 2023 season guide as well.
I've had enough writing about him.
It's on 33. Good innings from him. To say that first ball of the innings would have been a tense moment for him as that ball nipped back down the slope over the top of middle, fortunately, for Robson from Agar. It's funny, you've seen times when Sam's looked out of nick, and 2015 no more so than that. The year after, the summer after, he was dropped by England. Really struggled with his game that summer. Remember at Trent Bridge at the end of the season, he got some runs, but even those had looked so hard to come by for him. Really pretty shook by the omission from the England squad in 2015. Leg side again. This time to the deep backward square leg. Agar. Robson's 34. End of the 20th, 66 for 1. Never really got that feeling. I mean, he hasn't been out there for that long, obviously, this summer, particularly the first game, the Essex match. But yeah, whenever he looks a little bit out of form or a little bit scratchy, you kind of get the feeling. But I never got that feeling with Sam this summer.
Well, it can happen very quickly. I mean, we're after this game a quarter of the way through our first-class season. 4th match.
Don't get me started, Gus.
8 innings. So yeah, things can happen quite quickly at the start of the summer. And in those 8 innings, I'm sure historically, well, I know historically he's probably got 1 or 2 decent hundreds at the start of the year. I sort of have an image of Sam getting a big score in one of the early season matches.
Single down to deep back, square leg, Robson on 35.
A score that's almost been a match-winning score on a pitch where you've had to work hard. But that's not happened so far this year.
It was a Warwickshire game here, wasn't it, the start of the season a couple of years back. We went big.
When he got big 100, I think, against Somerset I mean, we lost the game and they chased down 200. Well, a score that they shouldn't really chase down, but a number of games, Essex, I just remember him getting runs here against Essex one early season as well.
It was 2021, that Somerset game, wasn't it? I think that was the game just before Pete Hanscom arrived. Eskenazi was captain. Milan crunches the cut away, just holds up. And they've run 3. 70 for 1. 16th win for Middlesex. It's just musing off air there. I was thinking, framing this match. Match first and foremost, this is a very important win for Middlesex. So backed up a brilliant turnaround against Nottinghamshire, a wonderful chase, 249 with a comprehensive victory here, if it happens.
Yeah, no, I think we should relax a bit now. But
I can't stand next to you.
Yeah, it has. I mean, I suppose the opportunity created by Notts, even though it's created for their own reasons and belief that they were going to win it, has kick-started the season. I mean, I'd still look at this, and whilst the bowling's been very good, there's still considerable room for improvement, I would say, in the way that all right, the pitch has had a little bit in it. The bowling at times by the Kent side has been good too, but as a batting outfit, you've got to be able to overcome that and come through it. So whilst yes, it's an important game for Middlesex, and I suppose our Middlesex Championship challengers probably not. We'll probably get a good idea of that when we'll play against Surrey in our next match, who are obviously a very strong side and have started the season very well too. So staying up is not the reason. That's not. I mean, you want to finish at the top of the division if you can, but I suppose looking at the sides that are going to be around you, and you'd probably say Kent are one of the sides that are going to be around Middlesex, so are Northants. The reason the way the season's shaping up, Hampshire, Surrey, Lancashire, they're all looking pretty strong. Essex have started pretty well too. So are they going to be challenged for the title? No, but do you want to be in a nervous September? No. So yeah, it's important that you get this season going, and beating one of the teams that you're probably going to be in and amongst is important.
Should be 4 on this occasion. Let's give that a real clump with the bottom hand, clipped away. 74 for 1. Kent finished 5th last year. Sorry, Lancashire, Hampshire, Essex, then Kent. With 4 wins, 5 defeats, 5 draws. And indeed, you know, it wasn't a false position at all. Below them, Northamptonshire, Somerset, Warwickshire, Yorkshire, Gloucestershire. 4 wins puts you there or thereabouts mid-table. Middlesex, after 2 games, 2 wins, will feel a lot happier with life.
I'm just trying to remember what years now, but it's almost like in the Premier League, it's 40 points, isn't it? That sort of, I always thought it was about 140 points, and you were unlucky to go down if you got 140 points in the county championship. Although I think the year that we did go down, we scored more than 140 points.
Then had 2 deducted.
Don't go there.
Story for another day.
Yeah, write a book on that one.
But yeah, Kent 4 victories last year, finishing 5th. So the top half of the table. Second win here, start of the season, just feels a little bit better for Middlesex. Cut hard. Fielded at backward point, well fielded as well.
But again, it's the timing of performances too. So yes, 2 indifferent performances at the start of the season against Essex and Northants. So slightly burgled a game against Notts. Played well here. Have a week off. It's nice to go into a week off. Having had a couple of wins, you sort of suddenly can enjoy those. That period you can come in and train, which they'll be doing on 2 or 3 occasions, no doubt. But you can sit there with a smile and sort of reflect on a couple of decent weeks' work.
Well, Middlesex are about to go level at the top with Hampshire, who will have played a game less, as have Essex. Hampshire are top with 45, which Middlesex will move to 45 points from 4 played. Hampshire, Essex 3 played, 45 and 40. Warwickshire about to head to defeat in their 3rd game against Surrey, who will actually take top spot moments after Middlesex. It's 11 to win for Surrey against Warwickshire. They're at tea, as Warwickshire have just been skittled in that game. Lovely shot. 8 to win. Lands on to 22.
That's a lovely shot, that. He's quite an angular player, isn't he, Milan? Sort of not a pretty player on the eye, but that's a gorgeous sort of swat through the offside. Fast hands.
Roach finished with 5, Worrell with 3. Let's go with his 4 in the first innings. Roach 8 in the match, Worrell 7 in the match, and Surrey need 11 to win, having bowled Warwickshire out for 150 and 141. They've been posted 281 themselves, with 88 from Smith.
So a lot could happen next week, but being the excitable person you are, Middlesex and Surrey top of the table clash, vying for the title. It's May, mate. Must-win game, 32-pointer.
It's going to be on Sports Extra, that one, with Kevin Howells, the big London derby. Edged, back at a point. A couple more for Robson on 37, 6 to win. A lot can happen in 2 weeks. What was it they did to Spurs once? They was it Lasagna Gate? They put something in Roach and Worrell's lasagna ahead of that game. Missed last day of the season, didn't they? Half the squad with a dodgy lasagna.
We had one of them in South Africa, in Cape Town.
How many missed the game?
No one, because it would have done us for the next day, but we were so hapless we lost on that day. So we lost in 3 days, it didn't go into the 4th day, but everybody would have been crock on the 4th day. That was at lunch. That was at lunch.
So was it the coach that spiked the lasagna? Payback.
Ray Illingworth.
I mean, as I said, what a difference a week makes, because last week Saturday, Nottinghamshire were right on top of that game, weren't they? On day 3. Getting themselves into a good position. Mulaney not out overnight. And the wonder was, would he get out for half an hour on that final morning, be able to top that total up over 300 and try and bowl Middlesex out in a 2.5 sessions. That's a good shot again from Robson.
Well, it does, and it's. I mean, obviously, you don't have to listen to the radio, don't you? Sort of, everybody's got a view, and you want people to. Of course, you want people to be interested in the games, the matches that are taking place, but the sort of conversations are, we're rubbish, aren't we? We're going to get relegated. Not good enough. The First Division's found us out again. These are the comments and the conversations that you're having with people. You're sort of saying, well, are we going to go down? Well, I don't know. If I could predict the future, I would be sitting next to you. Things do change, don't they? And that's why you love sport, because it is unpredictable. It is live as such, isn't it? It's not EastEnders where
unscripted theatre.
Absolutely, good description.
Anyone that doesn't. Anyone particularly turns around to you and says, I don't get it, I don't get sport. It's the best way I always come back at them.
It's not my wife. Haven't you had enough watching sport? It's another football match, they're all the same. How can you say that? You watch EastEnders every week and you know the script. Every week it's the same. You've got me. No, we don't know what's going to happen on the football. Well, maybe unless Man City are playing. Quick single there by Milan. Just looking at the way that he's moving, he walked off the field after the Notts game when he was out. Sort of a bit of discomfort with the problem that he had. And I wouldn't say he's looking as fresh as a daisy as such, but moving okay.
So when Denise turns off EastEnders, does she turn to you to cheer her up?
No, she walks out of the room.
Last shot. Next stump half volley. Scores a level. 85 for 1. Robson's on to 41. Could be about to hit the winning runs. Second consecutive week. Not quite in the same manner of victory.
I'll allow you to make your big statements and comments now.
Well, I liked what you said. I think it was just before two when we were chatting about it. And you went through the fixtures. It's Surrey next up. Yeah, it's going to be close to the ultimate test this summer, isn't it, for Middlesex? Away at the Oval as well. Turn up, see what track it is. Usually a good batting surface, isn't it? I feel like you have to take a bit of pace there to the Oval.
Yes, and I suppose people were talking about the fact the pitches have had something in them here, but the Oval was always a pretty good batting surface, so there's a moment for Middlesex's batsmen to stand up and a couple of them to post significant scores to get Middlesex in the game. That's a very good Surrey attack with Roach and Worrell.
It would be nice for that man if he could hit the winning runs, as you say, shortened runs at the start of this summer, but sort of have him building into the season. 20 in the first innings, 41 in the second.
I don't think he'll be going for a big shot here. I think he'd like a little red star against his name, asterisk.
If you could think of a Sam Robson shot to win a match, what would it be?
Clip or the drive? Well, the clip drive cut there is shots, aren't they?
Double turning over, 85 for 1 to win for Middlesex. No worries about the light this week. The sun does dip behind a cloud, but not quite the scene that we saw for the match against Nottinghamshire last week. A hazy cloud blowing in this evening.
Crowd's thinned out a bit since tea. I think a few people probably think that formality was, I suppose, with 25 to 30 runs only required. Pavilion's thinned out, so the Kent supporters drifted off.
Yeah, tough game for Kent, so they'll lick their wounds a little bit coming away from this one, I'm sure. That second innings collapse costing them dear. Land down the track? No, just yet. A few in the crowd thought it was. But yeah, they were 0 for 2, second ball of the innings, but then from 87 for 2 to 128 all out. It's pretty much the match, and
I think I'd probably, it's the partnership between Holman and Higgins, I would suggest. Middlesex were 90 for 6, weren't they? Sort of
165 for 7, yeah.
They've all of a sudden got them back into the game from a position where you're looking at a 40-50 run deficit to a position where you've got a 40-50 run lead.
I mean, that's so, you know, Middlesex is, as harsh as it is, Middlesex's batting's pretty much started at 6 this summer with Simpson, hasn't it? Higgins, Holman. That's not going to be the case for long. You've got 3 Test players at the top and 2 Lions at 4 and 5 in Eskenazi and Holdham. Simpson's had a few partnerships with Higgins, got past 50 himself. But at some point, the top order is clearly going to fire for Middlesex this summer. Obviously, they'd like it if it was at the Oval. And there's the winning runs. Peter Milan eases that one away, just wide of mid-off. And Middlesex win by 9 wickets. Comprehensive victory in the end for the hosts here at Lords, and a big victory in the season you'd fancy, having got off the mark against Nottinghamshire last week with a stunning chase to turn a match where Nottinghamshire had noses in front all the way through. In this one, Middlesex have probably had their noses in front all the way, but it did take something quite special from that man Murtagh. Murtagh's match, I think, 10 wickets, but 1,000 wickets for Middlesex registered, and well, figures that were quite astonishing. 6 for 25 in this innings before he took a little bit of tap at the end. But that 6 for that collapse was really aided by, well, started by Murtagh, 2 in 2 to start the innings, and then 4 of those 8 that collapsed at the end.
Yes, and we're just saying a minute ago about how important that Holman-Higgins partnership was, and Higgins' 70-odd aggressive innings that sort of took the impetus away from Kent in this innings. But yes, I think it's Tim Murtagh's match. He's produced the outstanding performance, 10 wickets in the game. It's a wonderful achievement, and doing that, taking your 1,000th wicket for a club, it's a very satisfying moment for him, and I think he'll be sat in his corner of the dressing room having a well-deserved beer at some stage in the next half an hour or so.
Will you go and sit next to him?
I will. I'll go and have a yeah, I will do. Give him a hug.
It's a moment to be marked, isn't it? And well, they'll be up in the long room there in a moment, shaking hands with the Kent team as they come off. You know, it's a 2.5-day victory here, really, isn't it, for Middlesex?
It is, and I say ideally, perhaps you want a higher scoring game. That's for sure. You want a more even balance. The pitch has played pretty well. I mean, the bowling's been good. It's offered it a little bit. Been good pace and bounce in the surface, and I suppose that's the reason why the Knicks have carried to slip. There's been a lot of caughts in the slips in this game, which is good to see, because you want to see pitches where the ball does carry through to the keeper. But yeah, it's an important win for Middlesex, as I was saying before. Playing against one of the teams that they're probably going to be in amongst at the end of the season, and getting points on the door early doors. I mean, 2 wins, 2 losses in 2 games. A bit of soul searching, a bit of where are we going here? But last week, last 7 days, run chase against Notts. A good performance here against Kent. All of a sudden, everybody in the home dressing room, when they sing the song in a few minutes' time, will be feeling pretty chuffed with themselves.
Well, it does. It's made a big difference, because you just look at the side all of a sudden, and now from 7 days ago, we're thinking, well, there's a few here who'll be banging the door down saying, right, it's my chance. There's a real competition for places now. You know, there's a top 5, 6, 7, 8 who, batting wise, will be saying at this stage, look, it's back-to-back victories. There's runs there.
Middlesex got 1 batting point in 4 games when there's 20 available. All right, the highest is Surrey with 6 points, and that's only from 3 games, so they're getting 2 points a game. But Middlesex are getting 0.25 of a batting point a game, so that becomes the obvious area that needs to be improved on. And again, just because you're winning, it doesn't mean you don't consider changing or things like that. And there's an important, well, the big issue really has been that there's been no second 11 cricket. So none of the reserve batters have had the chance to get out there, score runs, spend some time at the crease. And there's a 2-day game against Surrey at Guildford this week, which has been organised.
But that pressure comes off the top order a little bit now with another victory, back-to-back victories, and all of a sudden that buys a little bit of time, you know. And not that they needed time, because again we're talking about quality players here at the top of the order.
It does, but it doesn't. I mean, yes, it does, because the side has won, and that's the main objective. But equally, you've got to say, well, are some of the? I mean, it's interesting that Middlesex have actually batted better in the second innings of each game, which again says something when the game's there in front of you. All right, against Essex, chasing a big score, but there's more purpose about their batting there. More purpose about their batting in their second innings against Notts, and again they've knocked off 85 runs here for the loss of only 1 wicket. So it's finding the right mindset and a positive mindset in the first innings of the games has been the challenge, and that's something they've got to correct. And do you need to make change? I'm not saying you do, but I'm just saying it's something you've got to look at. You don't just say, all right, the side for Surrey is the same, and we'll just see what bowlers turn up and what physical state they're in.
Well, I was going to say the final thought. First morning, you'd have all known it the day before, probably, those involved within the dressing room and the club, but a few heads dropped when Toby Rowland-Jones wasn't available first morning and Eskenazi is in and Rowland-Jones is rotated out. They've done this without the man who's been a talisman for the best part of a decade, and you know you've got him to come back into the Surrey side now, the side for Surrey, which...
Yes, and I suppose it's like conversation you have, well, why is Toby not playing? Well, he's been rested, and this is well, hang on, I mean, all right, we could tear the backside out of him in the first 4 matches of the game, we don't see him again for the season. Is that responsible management of a player? Well, no, it's not. You've got to realise and the same with Tim Murtagh. I mean, had Tim Murtagh played in the previous games, and all right, he was left out on the fact that they believed other bowlers were bowling better than him. But would Murtagh have been able to turn up and perform as he's done now? So you're managing a group of bowlers throughout a summer, and yeah, I mean, it's good that we've won a game without Toby there, because it's shown that we've got an attack that can take 20 wickets without someone who you quite rightly said has been the talisman, has been the best bowler at the club for a number of years.
And coming into the season, if there was a doubt, it was probably going to be the bowling rather than the batting this summer. How old's Mercer? How fit's Rowland-Jones? How consistent will Helm be? Bamber didn't have his best year last year, not in my opinion. I think he did all right. But all of a sudden, you know,
we've got an excellent bowling attack when the pitch is doing a little bit. The challenge is going to be when it gets a bit flatter, and I say, looking at the speed of bowlers that we're playing against, the opposition have got quicker bowlers. And that's why we need Tom Helm, who bowled well actually today without any luck at all really. We need Tom Helm to come in because he can make a difference, a tall, bouncy, faster bowler. And there's a young bowler in the second team, well, making his way through, played a couple of games, Blake Cullen. We need those two to be coming through because they can be a point of difference for this Middlesex attack, because whilst, as you say, Higgins, Murtagh, Rowland-Jones, Bamber could play, it's not an attack that's going to intimidate an opposition batting lineup with the pace and bounds that they can get out of it. So yeah, Middlesex will need those two bigger, taller, faster bowlers to come through and play a role as the summer progresses.
Typical Surrey, they had to knock off those 11 runs before Milan got that single, so they went straight to the top. Middlesex actually sit third with Hampshire.
Well, you can still
second.
start your hyperbole, can't you?
Last word has to be on Tim Murtagh, and last word to you, Angus Fraser. 1,000 wickets for Middlesex.
No, well, fitting reward for a great Middlesex cricketer. As we were saying before, he proudly sits and rightly sits amongst the all-time greats of this club. So 1,000 wickets for the club is a huge achievement, and it's fully deserved. And it's not just the fact that he's got these wickets; it's the way that he's done it. It's the personality. It's the way that he's presented himself. He's been a credit to himself, his family, and to this club for 17 seasons now, and to see that gain the rewards it has, the recognition that we'll undoubtedly get is hugely satisfying. I'm chuffed for him. I mean, I really chuffed for him. He's a wonderful bowler, wonderful character, and someone the club's been incredibly fortunate to have.
Thanks, Fraser. Thank you very much. Much appreciated your company these few days. Mike Selvey and all the other guests on the mic as well. Middlesex with a victory here by 9 wickets over Kent. Thanks to all of you who've tuned in. It's been a pretty comprehensive one in the end, but mainly thanks to that man, Murtagh. Dare I say it's a Tim Murtagh world, and we're just living in it. 1,000 wickets for the Magic Man Murtagh. He's done it again, a 10-wicket haul in the match as well. Thanks to everybody on the stream for their help on this one. For myself, Kevin Hand, goodbye. Middlesex have won by 9 wickets.